Good morning from Tallinn, Estonia. We are back with more action from the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is day 10 and we have reached the last 64 players in the 9-ball division. On this feature table we have an exciting match for you between Mario He from Austria and we're going to try and get his name right, Lyudmil Georgiev from Bulgaria. Wondering if he's related to Georgiev. It's a race to 9. The 3-point rule is in effect. Also the 3-foul rule is being used. And in the commentary booth we have Pascal de Smet and Tim de Ruyter breaking down the racks for you. Good morning, Pascal.
Good morning, Tim. Right out of the bat we see a successful break here from Georgiev. Sorry, I'm gonna try to say that right, just like you. For us Dutchies, this is not very usual to speak. I was just looking into Lyudmil's track record, but I think he's yet to look for his first medal in this, well, in the European Championships, where Mario already got 3 golden medals. So he's actually the defending champion, if I'm not mistaken, for the 9-ball. Wow, how about that kiss?
Yeah, not a good start for the Bulgarian. Played a big shot on the 3-ball. A little bit fortunate to still get on the 4, but eventually still had to bow down in this case. Early chance for Mario.
I can imagine Lyudmil know what he's up against, so he also knows this was already very tough. Mario running out here, breaking in the next one, potentially being 2-0 down already. Shooting with confidence in his first rack. Mario He, then with the 9-ball, 1-0. So what do you think, Tim? Is this, how is this match gonna go? Do you know Lyudmil Georgiev, or first time watching him?
Well, it is a first time watching him. Now, there is some countries where last names are quite common, so it could happen that Bulgaria just has thousands of Georgievs walking around. Could also be that he is actually related to Georgiev, who is, in my opinion, well, I think he's possibly the #1 player in Bulgaria at the moment. Also out traveling in the US right now to play pool, so if he's related to Georgiev, then You know, it kind of makes sense a little bit, and you could expect maybe that kind of level. But if he's a random Georgiev, let me say it in that way, then yeah, I wouldn't know what to expect from him.
Interesting. Illegal break. Lyudmil coming to the table, checking out the one ball, but with an illegal break, well, then your opponent gets to choose to take the table or to give it back, but he's not able to give to play a push out. So he gives it back. Mario plays the push out, comes again, comes back to the table, and again gives it back. Mario played it to a somewhat easier jump shot or kick shot. It's gonna be real first. A lot of good things can happen.
Oh, this is certainly one of them. Found the hook behind the 5.
Yeah, too thin, like this one, was good. Too thick was also good. Getting the hook maybe behind the 3 or the 9. And of course, somewhere in the middle was making the ball. Very smart play by Mario. Did he leave a gap there, Tim? I think so.
Well, he surely can hit the one ball. Just don't think he can make it in the top left.
Well, the hook then behind the 4. Well played. Don't know if there's an easy one railer. I think it's all blocked. Needs to go 2 rails. Missable.
Well, and kinda had to play a lot of pace on that too. Imagine if he had hit the 1. I don't really think he could have had any. So far Mario outmoving Lyudmil to get another chance here. Do you see any balls that could be tough?
Well, to be fair, I think it's all pretty nicely connected. Looks pretty good. Well, this one is a little bit well, most traveling, I feel. After this, it's a lot of stop shots with not a lot cue ball movement. Plays like this, such a force can be very intimidating for other players, especially if you're just a little bit below the top tier level. You can feel his aura around the table. Man who's done it before and is here on a mission to defend the title. 2-0. Mario, he is leading. So Ludmil needs a good break here. Needs to put some kind of pressure on Mario. Let him know that he's still here.
Oh, got the break too thick, and look at his one ball shaping up nicely over the corner pocket.
A little bit old school break style, don't you think? With, you know, with the jumping up. Kinda cool to see.
Yeah, it's not very common in this breaking format. I mean, if they would have been playing 10 ball, it actually is coming back quite a bit. People are still trying to find the balance between power and control. But especially because of the cut break, the jumping up usually causes also the cue ball to jump. And oh,
Oh,
yeah, put up his hand
Puts up
there.
his
It's kind of fortunate.
well, it's the gentleman thing to do, but he won't feel really sorry. But it's nice to see, though. So, well, is he gonna play this really hard, Tim? Try to go off the 2. Yeah, there you go. Just didn't get there. I feel that was the only possible way to actually have a chance of shape on the 3 ball. But harder to judge when you're playing it that hard.
Well, most of the time it's just a matter of like 1 or 2 balls in a game of 9 ball. All the others are kind of routine, let's say, for a player at Mario's skill level. You would say whenever you get to the 6, 7, 8, ball 6, 7, 8, 9, usually that's just all routine. So just one good shot here. Yeah, perfect shape. Can just go forward a bit or leave himself where he is now and cut the 7 in.
Yeah, textbook stuff here from Mario. He giving a pool clinic for the audience at home. Yeah, you can see his feeling for the speed of the table is already really good. You can see he played more matches on the TV table already. Often the TV table is a little bit faster, so it really is an advantage when you can play on it more than others, and probably helps a bit when you're Mario He, kinda one of the top tier players in the field.
Well, possibly not only in the field. I mean, he's won
in the world.
one of the big. Yeah, I mean, he's won the biggest tournaments in the world. Basically, I think he's one of the players that hasn't won a world championship yet, but he's come so close so many times. I feel like if he finally makes that happen, things will be different. People will be looking even more different to him. Yeah, one fun fact about him actually is that when I started to play pool, the first time I looked at the EC, it was Nick Vandenberg. Of course, it's one of the reasons why I watched the final of the European Championships 9-ball. I seen the final between Nick Vandenberg and Mario Hay on Eurosport.
Oh.
So imagine also at what kind of age he probably was, maybe 20, I guess, Mario. That must have been definitely 10-15 years ago, so that young and already in the final of the European 9-ball Championship.
Yeah, he's been around so long. Probably one of the better European players we have. Should say he's somewhere around top 10 of Europe.
Also another fact actually, the one thing he used to do quite often, which probably not on purpose but it has worked, is he often loses the first round match, like in a Euro Tour, to then go all the way over the loser bracket and win the Euro Tour. He's done that a couple times.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, maybe he goes good. He plays good under the pressure of knowing he can't lose anymore. So, and that's the case in this match. It's a single elimination in the last 64 of this 9-ball European Pool Championships, presented to you by Predator, of course, who also made sure these players play in a really nice arena on the new Predator arc tables. Look really good, and what a venue. I think they did a really great job to really lift up the European Championships here, of course with the production. They yet have to find good commentators, but you can't have everything, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. Especially that Pascal guy, you know, is
horrible. They called everyone, but
yeah.
at the end there was only one left.
Okay, so timeout for Georgiev. He's trying to make something happen. I mean, everything went kind of quick. He's missed that first opening chance. Then the safety for Mario, and basically after, yeah, really didn't get too many innings, which you would expect playing Mario, but yeah, tough times for the Bulgarian.
Yeah, I think at least it's good that he took time out there to just settle himself and also stops the momentum and the energy of Mario a little bit. Talking about energy on the background, you see Dennis Grabe, who has a lot of energy, or maybe you could say doesn't have a lot of energy and plays really fast because of it, just to spare some energy. But yeah, he's really quick. We did a match, commentated on a match of him yesterday, and he finished in 30 minutes. The whole match raced till 9. Amazing stuff. I think the wrecking was probably the longest part of his wrecks. Very enjoyable to watch. Hometown hero. And an unfortunate scratch there in the background.
I just checked the draw because I was curious to see what the Bulgarian's route was to this last 64. In the first round, he has beaten Hassan Aligulu 9-5. Then in the second round he had to bow down to Mathieu Ferreira from France, 9-7. But in the loser qualification managed to beat Ruslan Amiraslanov from Azerbaijan, 9-8. So kinda tight matches before drawing Mario He. And Mario qualified through the winners bracket, beating Jaroslav Polak 9-3 in the winners qualification. And I don't think he didn't have a first round match. I think he had a walkover. So basically he beat Polak 9-3, and now he's up against Lyudmil Georgiev 4-0 up, and well, things are looking good for him.
Yeah, you could see the close up there from the cup, the European Cup. This is what they play for, to take that one home. Mario would like to add another one to the tree he already has. So Lyudmil has settled himself, said to himself, okay, I'm gonna break, Mario's gonna break dry, then I'm gonna break and run again, and I'm only 4-3 down and back in the match. Look at the jump.
Yeah, struck the break a little better this time. Has made 3 balls. But I also think the jump up on the break, that's one of the reasons why he's losing the cue ball to the short rail, which you would like to get more towards the center of the table.
Yeah, I think it's nice when you hit them straight on. Tough jump, wow, what a shot. How about shape? Does the 4 go past the 7 there? If so, this is a really great effort.
Well, if the 4 does not go, you might still opt for the 4-7 combination.
Clearly it doesn't go. Combination is on. It's not super easy. Played it good. How's the 4?
A little longer, but doesn't really have to do too much with the cue ball, so bear down, stay still, and smooth stroke needed here.
Pressure shot when you're still on 0. Another long one coming up. Didn't intend to catch the 9 there. It's a little bit too focused maybe. Just making the ball, which is not bad. So then the last recovery shot, hopefully. A little bit tougher than he would have liked.
Wow, did pound that in. Look at how straight he's gonna get on the 9. That is going to boost his confidence right there.
Wow, great effort. After the timeout, you would say couldn't get any better than this. Had made some tough outs and got the job done. And like you said, Tim, we'll get some confidence out of this one. Just had some bad kisses and positions, but shooting his way out. So if he gets to have a little bit of a feel for the table and for the speed, good signs. So Mario, of course, will be looking to get the 5-1 up and stop Georgiev from coming back. Legal break, shot on the 2.
Yeah, also caught the break a little thinner, but the cue ball just slightly moved up enough. 2-ball dressed up really nicely. And I do think the 6 goes to the top right corner, so that's the advantage he has too, with like he had the 4-0 lead, so 4 games. Basically, as long as you're steady on your own break, you can just relax a bit, you know, just make sure you break the balls well. And as long as you keep winning your own break, you can just, yeah, free roll on your opponents.
So how about that 6-ball, Tim? Does it pass? There's also possibly, if it doesn't, a billiard on the 8. But
I
from
would
the
say
5
it
to
goes.
the 6 is also a little bit tough. With the 9-ball laying where it is.
Well, if you look from this top angle, I would say the 6-ball does go. So just to get from 5 to 6, could go around the 7-ball, 2-3 rails. I don't think he's going to get near the center of the table. Will be tough. Oh, didn't land on the 5.
Just wanted to make sure he would have the right angle. Wanted to get close, but kissed. So you see him go for the bank here, Tim?
He could, but I don't think it's laying too great to make the 5. I think it's laying way better to stick the cue ball on top of the 6.
Yeah, going 2-3 rails behind the 6-8.
Oh, I'm so surprised he's played this. I wasn't thinking about that thin. I was going probably directly to the top short rail and go 2 rails behind the 6. This is a little bit of a let-off.
I was actually thinking about going a little bit thinner and going long, short behind the.
Yeah, the tricky thing with that shot is that usually the cue ball widens up because it's on new equipment. So you have to thin it perfectly. And even if you put just the slightest bit of topspin on there, it curves out longer as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
well, look at the cue ball here.
Oh,
gets the point. Kinda lucky that he did. Now he can at least see a part of the 6.
difficult position. I mean, if you're under the shot clock, I don't think there's a... Wow.
Well, judged that really well.
I mean, hit it a little thicker and you dead sell out, I feel like. But Mario with the same shot here. Catch it thick, you sell out. Catch it thin. Oh, you caught it thick.
Just like you said, not the easiest of shots with the cue ball on the rail, but gonna be have to be happy to get to the table with an open shot. One good shot needed. think he's just okay with bridging.
Wow,
How's
Sonic
the speed?
is coming up with big shots at the moment. Possibly just struggled in the first rack to really settle down, but that was a big shot on the 7. He does have a shot on the 8 and run the cue ball 3 rails towards the 9, and could be breaking Mario on his break.
So really settling in, making the shots, the big ones. So this is maybe, we're looking at a potentially very exciting match. Mario, who obviously does what he normally does, but I have to say that Ludmil is a very entertaining player to watch. He's going for his shots, he's not afraid. And as we just saw, he can play very big shots. He has it all. Can he keep this up? That's the question. 4-2 and breaking to put pressure on Mario and get on the 4-3.
Well, he's not
Legal
going to
break.
like this. He's not going to like this. He finally closed the gap a bit and looks to be donating one game back right away. I mean, just look at this layout. Like, only from the 5 to the 6. But if you get straight on the 4, you can follow the cue ball up table on the 6.
So 3 to the 4,
Yeah.
also a bit of a challenge. Wow.
Ooh. 2 to the
think
3
he-
apparently was a challenge too.
Well, half a ball. You would expect him to make this, but how about shape? Well, decided on just making the ball, ducking for cover with the 4. Or is he feeling adventurous?
Yeah, did put
Wow.
quite some body movement on there too. If you looked at, he was already raising up his body and caught the ball way fuller than he was trying to. Was trying to get the cue ball near the 8-9, I feel like.
Don't think he can see the whole ball. He can at least see half of the ball. If you can see the whole ball, he might be tempted for the bank. Maybe the cut shot even. Don't think he can see that much. Or is he? No. So how is his speed? That looks very good. So another jump shot by Mario. Jump bank, possibly.
Well, control the 4 ball very nice. I don't think, yeah, hasn't left the cut on the 4. So similar safety coming up. possibly behind the 8, but there's a
Oh,
gap.
maybe he left something there.
Well, then again, if you looked at his body English, basically, he struck the ball and kind of already was up, looking where the 4 was going. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's hit it thicker than he wanted to. Oh, he wasn't trying to catch the 5 first. He's hooked himself.
Well, just when you came out on top with the safety battle. Well, pretty decent effort. At least gives Mario a tough one. This is not easy to make. Also, how's the path of the cue ball? Don't want to clip the 7 ball just slightly and going off.
Just wow, what a shot he's just played there.
He made it look like it was a sitter, but believe me, that was no sitter. That was not easy. Came up a little bit short though.
Well, it's also the knowledge he had on the cue ball, on that 5 ball. Like, he just knew that if I make it... Oh, he's hung the 7. I was just gonna add, if he makes it, the cue ball would stay on the table. But there was also the risk of scratching, you know, so... He played that 5 ball so well to then just come up, yeah, way too short on the 7. And he's gonna give this to the Bulgarian. A little rub on the 8, but he's on the 8. 4-3 is there, there's the chance.
Yeah, it maybe feels a little bit as if Mario will try to force us a little bit of flow. Try to find that nice flowing rhythm, which worked very well in the beginning. But obviously the match turned a little bit. Or some safeties, a bit more match play. Yeah, and Headmill is just trying to make the best of its chances, and have to say he takes the time out at 4-0 down and is looking at a 4-3 now. So imagine if Mario doesn't break well here, it's gonna be very tight match, enjoyable. So Tim, what do you think about, do you think Mario feels like he should win this match, maybe being title defender, and does that add extra pressure to his shots?
Did he win the title last year? I thought he won the 8 ball last year.
Well,
Well, that's something we can look into.
I checked it, but I'm gonna recheck it.
Well, to answer the question, I think he's quite used to being the favorite. I mean, overall, probably the last 10 years, basically, yeah, what is it, 80-90% of the matches he has played, he's probably the favorite. So I don't think that is a thought that's really gonna bother him that much. But it's probably just about his own feeling, you know. He was trying to play a little bit more on rhythm, but seems to be struggling a bit here and there. His speed, I think his speed is just lacking a bit when he's not that precise. So yeah, just would like to see Probably a little bit more grind on his side. Watch the speed of the cue ball. So basically focus more on how much stroke you put in the ball.
Yeah, he's a little bit annoyed there, it looks like. I can see
Well, this is the thing that has been happening.
Yeah, you can see him here looking at the clock. He's not happy.
Like with the shape he had the shot right before, he shouldn't be landing so straight and on the rail. And that's what I'm saying, like all these small shapes, if he addresses those a little better, I think he'll be fine, because as you see his shot making, I don't really see too much problems in that, but occasionally you're gonna miss a long one.
Oh, well, the long bridge got him there.
Yeah, or the same thing. He had to leave himself long on the 6, so he didn't really get close near the 8. He just made sure he made the 6 and got okay. And of course he's a favorite to make those balls. I just think this is more of a shape matter than him not cueing well. Wow, this match is going 4 each. The Bulgarian must be thrilled. Wait, yeah, if he makes this.
Yeah, he must feel like he won the lottery playing Mario, who's already missed 2 or 3 balls in position, which, well, for the people who don't know Mario, he doesn't do very often. So just a quick check up with Mario, his titles. 2024 European Pool Championship 9-ball, July 14.
Oh. Well, my memory must not be good then, because I was also in the booth for those, so that's great.
Well, to be fair, you've seen a lot of pool, and we've seen a lot of pool over the days. Sometimes, well, we're caught up in the moments.
Well,
So
maybe he
this
lost the
man here-
final. Did he lose the final in the 8-ball and win the 9-ball? That is possible. Oh well, it doesn't matter. He's a defending champion in the 9-ball. And well, don't think the 2-ball is cuttable, but he might be on for the bank here. Maybe one good shot, and with the 3 hanging over the corner, possible run out to take his first lead of the match.
Yeah. Well, did he just hook himself, or is he just on the tree? Not sure. It's just okay. I think played a smart shot, just came a little bit short. Can he miss the 8-ball? Or does he need to go for the bank shot? Also have to watch out for the side pocket and the corner pocket potentially. A little bit of a funny angle with the 8 lying where it is. Can he just go top left here, Tim? Oh, he could. It's made the shot a lot easier.
Yeah, almost got straight on the 5 ball. And with this straight angle on the 5, he might have to play with low left instead of follow right. I don't think he could get low enough. And why low left? Because the left spin opens up more over the left long rail. And look at what a brilliant shot he's played there.
Beautiful. And we've already seen he's ready for the big shot. He already made a lot of big shots in this match. Well, again, comes up short. So we need another big one if he chooses to attack. I think this is strong, good match play to go for the safety, but almost scratched, and it gave Mario a chance. At least Mario can see the ball.
Does he have to play a kick and stick behind the 9? No, was not there. Safety. Did not get the hook behind the 9, but the 8 is near the rail enough to take away the bank.
Yeah, could only try the bank in the corner, potentially. Went for it, bit safety in mind. So, are you banking here, Tim? Cut is very, very tough. Safety is also not easy.
Well, he could just be very patient and play the split, play the opposite sides. He did go for the cut, and again, just you can see the second he's striking the ball, his body twitches just slightly, like he's coming up, and he hasn't been too great on these kind of shots, you know, just the accuracy not there. Mario is starting to struggle a little bit, Pascal.
Yeah. Well, just as we talk about the big shots, well, you can't make them all. But yeah, I think you're right, Tim. Good call. He's definitely struggling. Even the big guns can struggle, of course. Big shot. Oh, how about that, you guys? Oh,
but that also shows how much he's struggling. If I were Georgiev, I would be happy. I mean, even though I lost the rack, I would be happy because Mario just gave that sign that he's struggling so bad. I would be feeling, oh man, he's struggling. I might have a chance, you know? Like, you don't see this very often.
Yeah, this is not the Mario we're used to. So perfect opportunity here for Georgiev. But maybe these last 2 balls gave Mario some confidence back. You never know, sometimes it switches really fast, especially with the top players. So 1 ball down, side on the 2, but no easy attacking shot at least. Have to go for the safety here. How about sending the 2 to the bottom rail there, Tim?
I might just focus on the cue ball. Like, as long as you freeze that cue ball on the 3. Oh.
I am not sure.
He played it on the thin way though. I could have also pressed the 2 ball thicker and slide the cue ball 2 rails behind the 3. This might be on. It is on.
Good.
Oh.
Good call.
Well, just to get from 4 to 5 and 5 to 6, it needs some work, but let's have a good angle on the 3 ball to get straight on the 4, or straight enough. Well, he's playing high ball. I was thinking low right. I don't like to go from the 4 to the 5 from this position at all.
Yeah, maybe we just didn't saw it good enough, but I agree with you there, Tim. I thought he was able to draw it to get straight on the 4. So this is a bit tougher. Another big shot, but didn't have shape. I have to say, it's very entertaining because, you know, he goes for the big shots and makes a lot of them. So the cue ball is not always on a string, but you can't make them all. Did he get lucky there, Tim?
I think so. I mean, it looked like the 5 did not go to the top corner. And what do you play for safety? I mean, cue ball is on the rail, so it limits your options.
Well, maybe try to clip it, find cover behind 7 maybe. At least go into the distance. I don't think you can just roll it behind the 8, because then the 5 ball won't find a rail. I think. Well, just went for the easy object ball safety. At least not sell out. Play the containing shot. Live to die another day.
Well, let's see if we see another containing shot here, or if he goes aggressive. I'm honestly not too sure what his plan was there, but he has left 5 ball on. You see, now I think Georgiev actually started realizing that he's having opportunities, actually chances to beat Mario. And now suddenly, yeah, he's starting to struggle. Definitely had a couple opportunities to take the lead.
Yeah, it's funny enough, just like you said, at the point where he has a really nice chance for a clearance, well, he didn't make it, and the few clearances he made we thought he wasn't gonna make. So yeah, maybe signs of pressure. And great players like Mario, wow, they feed off of insecurity of their opponent. Missed chance by Georgiev there to really punish Mario.
Yeah, so 6-4 could have been 6-4 Lyudmil actually. So Mario should actually feel like he's on cloud 9, like he kind of got away with some.
So needs to win this one to keep this tight. He wants to not fall behind against Mario. Let him feel the pressure. Legal break. Oh, 2-ball just got the kiss by the 6. Still a cut shot on. But have to negotiate with the 5-ball. So one good shot needed. Somewhere just below the middle of the table in this point of view would be great.
Oh, he's missed it, and well, that was one of the risks. If you go for it, that 2-ball is most likely going to stay over the corner. And if you make it, you're not really guaranteed to be on the 3-ball, so it was like he was gambling a bit there. I'm not too sure if it really favored him that much.
Yeah, maybe he feels, just like you said, he has a chance against Mario to actually win this match. Which maybe made him go for that, but I have to say, he's playing like that the whole match already. Going for the big shots, taking some risk. And had some success with it also. But we're going near the business end of this match. And for now it's Mario who's gonna go 7-4 up, it looks like. Breaking to get on the hill.
Well, doesn't really want to land that straight on the 8, but he has. Just watch him play a stop shot here and to take whatever he gets on the 9.
Yeah, he even just played that as used the rail a little bit with the 8-ball just to get a little bit further from the rail.
Yes,
I don't know if it counts, like he waited for the cue ball to stop, but he already had the 1 in his hand, so don't know if that already, like, if there was still legal, if he was, it would be very strict there.
Yeah, you should wait with putting your hand in the pocket anyways, but yeah, I see what you're saying. It was risky, but that's the thing too. Like, I understand why official referees, when they are refereeing the match actively, I understand why they're using that rule, why they're enforcing that rule, and I see why players do this when they're just playing each other and there's no active referee. Like, I can see why both is happening.
So
Oh, like, look at this, 3 balls on the break. 2 and the 4 near. So, yeah, I mean, I think only one good shot here on the 2 to kill the cue ball softly 2 rails, then get from the 4 to the 5, and you're dead out. 8-4 on the hill.
yeah, I like maybe just a little tip of inside to slow it down a little bit on the first rail maybe. Or just really soft roll it. Oh, he went draw, that's very nice. Came up pretty straight though.
Yeah, I think he's okay. I mean, he's got a big area to land in on the 5. Even if he goes forward and takes a longer 5-ball, go 2 rails and just stay on the left side. Center of the table. Basically anything from there, like from there and a little bit more, is alright on the 5-ball. Just the distance.
Well, again, pretty straight.
You know, it's funny when you're playing 8 ball, you're trying so often to get straight so you have a couple stop shots right after, and you will always see that you're not gonna get straight. Now in 9 ball you're always gonna try and get the angle in, and you will always find yourself straight on this kind of shots, you know, it's so typical.
Ooh, well, kinda got lucky. Didn't want to hit that 8 ball, but at least he still has a chance. It's a little bit of a funny angle. You shoot this in a few different ways. I think topspin is the most easiest, going 2 rails. I think he can avoid the scratch there, don't you think, Tim?
Well, he could draw the cue ball in and play the 9 the side, could play low left, could play low right. I did like this low right. But it depends on what kind of table too. On a sticky, humid table, you like to play low right because it checks over to the left a lot more. So yeah, multiple options like you said. For him, he has this 9 to get on the hill first, 8-4, and one step closer to last 32.
he just thought about, oh yeah, I have to wait. His hand already in the pocket, waiting for the cue ball to stop. Yeah, it's a little bit of a funny rule, or it can look funny at some points, but just like you said, it's a good rule. But a lot of times, like when the cue ball is just laying there in the middle of the table, well, we all know it's not gonna scratch. So back to the 4 racks down for Georgiev. And there you see the nice Aramith balls. We all love to play with those.
Like you mentioned, indeed, he's now kind of used to being down 4 games. Can he pull another comeback and make it 8-8? Better break this time, makes 2 balls. Look at the shape on the 3. This for sure is a good chance to go at least 8-5. Just the 4 to the 5 needs some work.
So this is a must win, of course. Single elimination, so last chance. Have to play no miss pull against Mario. Yeah, there you can also see the reels nicely starting to grab a little bit more after the days, all the days of pool we already had. So straight on the 7 with 2.
Yeah, the 8 right after in the right center, so just a stop shot here is fine.
3 stop shots.
One thing that I find kind of interesting though, and it's kind of a sucky part for Georgiev, is the fact that now suddenly he is catching the break a little bit thicker and getting more results in, but he's been down overall. Like, we never really got to see that from the beginning.
Yeah, is it on time or is it too late? You know, Mario is at least gonna have, well, 2 or 3 breaks. So you need to hope he's not gonna have a break and run in all of them. A lot of cases. Well, I think Mario's very capable of making a break and run in all of them. So
yeah, it does have 2 breaks to close out the match. This is the first of the 2, if we get to 2, obviously. Made 2 balls, 3 balls, and he's got a bank on the 2. The 3 is near. I cannot see him turning this bank down. Make the bank and get near straight on the 3 ball. And I would say thank you for playing, but I'll just continue today. Thank you. Bye.
yeah, he knows it. Big chance. This bank shot.
Yeah, there it is.
No,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. A little bit of traveling right, but
well, this is a little bit of a stretch maybe. So this is the only shot where something could go wrong, but as you can see, he can still reach. So no real problem.
well, I feel we didn't really get to see the best out of Lyudmil Georgiev. Shaking his head there, must be disappointed knowing that he's out, and this is the last match he's played in this European Pool Championships, as the 9-ball is our final discipline and Bulgaria is not in the teams anymore. So disappointing.
So there you have
there
it,
it
the
is.
9 for a 9-5 victory and a place in the last 32. We're gonna see Mario he again. Thank you all for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe and share the stream. It's free after all. This was very enjoyable to watch. This is Pascal de Smit with Tim de Ruiter. We enjoyed this and thank you all for watching. And until the next one, bye.
you know, yeah. And same for you. You know how this works. Is that a smartwatch?
We're gonna start exactly?
I think we will start on time, so in 20 minutes. But I will tell you when you can start. Okay. And also when you are finished, can you put your backs? Yeah.
when we start, we take care.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the Kalevi Sportihall here in Tallinn, Estonia. It's the Epbf Predator European Championships 9-ball division, and we have a battle of the Balkans for you. Of course, we all know Sanjin Pelevanovic on your left. He's up against Jaroslav Polach. So race to 9, alternate break. And joining me in the booth for this one is a brand new colleague. We've never met before, but we're just about to. Please welcome Arya Sarabi. Hiya, Arya.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for the intro. Really looking forward to this one. Mark, what are your thoughts on these two young prospects?
Well, I must admit, hold my hands up, I'm a bit wet behind the ears as far as Polak is concerned. Of course, I do know Sanjin Pelivanovic. But interesting, always interesting to see new players. And I actually haven't had the chance to do much research, to be honest, into this young man, simply because I'm having a little bit of trouble with my vision at the moment. So apologies for that, guys. But we've all got to learn somewhere, right? So here we go, Polak to break in this race. 2-9, remember we are playing the 3-point rule as well. Couple of balls down, Arya.
First glance, it's not a bad break. It seems like the opening pot is going to look like the most challenging part of this rack so far.
Yeah,
Now,
big
I
shot
was thinking
three.
I was taking maybe a deep screw off the side rail, but can you get it enough into the cue ball? Because it's really close to the side rail as well.
Well, hello. Welcome to the game. Sanjin Pelivanovic, I'm sure you know the guy already, but he's got a match on his hands here. What a great opening shot that was.
That was exquisite. And if anything, there is an argument to be said that he's a little bit unfortunate to land in such an angle he's had on 3. Still think he can top this through with a little bit of running side. We'll see a close-up of his cue.
Looked a bit like a Jason Shaw cue, that, to be honest. Lovely snakeskin wrap, whatever it was. So, tough first rack here. Hasn't been easy so far, and it's not getting any easier, is it? Oh, yeah.
I'm actually thinking, can he avoid the 9? If he just drops this in natural weight, I think he should be able to miss the 9, go around the back of the 9 and the 5 for the 5 in the same corner pocket. Doesn't need to do much with his cue ball in terms of side spin. Just make sure you pop the 4 at the right speed. Just like
good
that.
Call. Played it well. Didn't throw the cue ball at all, did he, by giving it too much power? Played it to perfection. What an impressive start this is from the young Slovakian. Always nice to start with a break and run, Arya.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an overused cliche, but it's nonetheless a cliche for a reason. Nothing settles you faster than getting the first rack on the board.
I totally agree with it. Cliche or not, if it's still in use, it's a good one. It's very, very applicable in this situation as well. Get the tick next to your name on the scoreboard. And also it sends out a message. Sends out a message, doesn't it, Arya? Beg your pardon. To just, you know, to your opponent saying, I'm here to play, I can play, and I'm up for this, no matter who you are.
Exactly. specifically if it comes to cue ball control. I think that's the main factor, driving factor. If you can, we all know this game at times can be very easy, but also in reality it's really hard. And if you can make a difficult game look very easy by controlling your cue ball, it does give signs to your opponent that you're very up for this, like you said.
Yeah, and he played some excellent positional shots in that. Yeah, my mind goes back to the first shot, the 2 to the 3. I mean, that's worthy of a highlight reel shot. I'm pretty sure I might write that one down in a minute. Now, I heard you use the term screw just now. I'm going to make a stab in the dark guess here. Are you a bit of a snooker player?
Absolutely. That is a correct guess.
Yeah, I came from snooker background as well. Used to play a lot back in the 80s. Changed to pool when snooker got a little bit too difficult for me, thinking that pool was easy. Oh, how wrong was I?
Yeah, that is another debate, obviously, but we can definitely establish that in pool the pressure is completely different, but also just the skill set that you need in the armory. There's a lot of contradicting skill sets in terms of, for example, if you're teaching someone that gets, is taking up the game for the first time, you probably tell them something beg your pardon for a second. Just need to make sure that there's no background noise.
All good. Finished a little bit close to his work here, Sanjin. Does have it into the side pocket. Doesn't have really much to do with the cue ball. I think he can still draw this to the background, back out again for the 4, lingering over that top right hand corner pocket. Trying to duck in behind the 5 ball here. He's got in behind the 7. Fluked the 3, which he didn't want to do. So now, does he have a look at this, or has he got to get the jump stick out? I think we may be going airborne with their Slovakia here. Nine ball, of course. You don't have to call any shot. It's not like 10 ball or 8 ball or straight pull. We've had all of those this week, haven't we? Started with the straight pull. Champions Tobias Bongus and Pia Filler took those titles. Afari took the 10 ball for the women. Conrad Musician, the 10 ball for the men. And then we had the 8 ball Stefan Kasper in the guys division. And Jasmine Ocean winning another European title. Well, I'm not sure what he played there. Caught the wrong side of it completely. Maybe got some unwanted English on the cue ball and swerved in mid-air. That is possible. So a chance for Sanjin to feel a part of this match. Nice easy open up with ball in hand.
Like the line of his cue ball there. Good control, nice angle, screw past the 6. enough angle to punch this cue ball off the side rail.
Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe you can just stroke it in and play it off of the angle, but you're right, punched it in. Nicely done. They make angles out of nowhere, don't they, with their cueing?
Yeah, with these fine cloths. He's a bit unfortunate, or maybe clumsy rather, you'd say, because he's himself a little bit awkward cueing. Shouldn't cause a problem, but still needs some care and attention, this one. As a consequence of the previous positional shot, now he's a bit further from the 8. Again, this shouldn't cause him too many difficulties, but what can be said is he's lost his cue ball just a bit, but such as the pedigree, you wouldn't expect him to miss this 9 ball, obviously.
In it goes. Just had an event in his home country in Bosnia, of course. Didn't do too well there. Maybe felt the pressure of playing in front of the home crowd. Never easy. And Denis Graber has the same kind of situation here in his hometown. Just saw him get beat. I believe you commentated on that match with Denis.
Yeah, it was with I did that match with Gethin, our esteemed colleague. Yeah, he's struggled a bit in the beginning part of the game, and then managed to claw his way back. And there was a crucial point in the match where he could have made it 7-0, let his opponent off the hook, got on the hill, and never really got a clear-cut chance after that to, you know, reverse the match.
Yeah, 7-1 down I saw in that. Came back, should have gone 7-7, missed that easy 7 ball from memory.
Look at the 9 ball. Nah,
Oh,
not
it's
really.
close. Early 9s do count. Golden break. Had one yesterday. Haven't seen too many though. That means the rack's nicely tightly packed, and 9 ball doesn't usually move unless it gets kicked by another ball. And just in case you're wondering, guys, where the template rack is, or the triangle, the table is actually tapped.
Yeah, Graham and myself touched base on this subject in the previous match, and I think also one of the main driving factors is once you're breaking up the side, the side break, usually with the 9 ball and all the balls be touching, it's not going to move that much that often, as opposed to if you move your cue ball towards the center of the table, the 9 usually tends to move a lot more, or at least be more frequent. So I think that is also one of the main factors that we haven't seen many golden breaks.
I'm wondering, is he considering a 6-9 combo here, or will he play short side? Let's see where he gets on. Firstly the 4, then the 5. That will determine his plan of action. Has rather a long pause, doesn't he, at the front of his stroke. I sometimes think the screen is froze.
That's an indirect compliment, I would say, because one of the keys in cue sports in general is to have at least a good pause on your backswing. But if you can do that at front as well, it just makes sure that you can double check that you're aiming and also addressing the cue ball in the place that you want to. What about this one, Mark?
I think you just play to pot the 6, and well, maybe you get a little bit lucky on the 9 as well. What do you reckon?
I was about to say, I'm thinking, is there a chance where he tries to pot the 6 and also find the nudge on the 9, because there's a big odds for him that if he pots the 6 and somehow runs into the 9, he can pot the 9 as well. And of course we all What that means is end of the rack. Needs to implement a backswing though if he wants to go for that option.
I think he's going for both.
Yeah, that was definitely on his mind. You can see the pad of his cue ball. All in all, it's not worked out bad, has it, Mark?
No, it's okay, and we've seen him knock longer balls than this in. I'm sure he's okay with it. The last time we saw him put a ball like this, it was the 2-ball drawing back for the 3, but nothing to do with the cue ball here. Just slide this in, and he'll have a nice angle on the 8.
It's interesting though, if you look
bit straight.
If you look at his technique and specifically his body is it's like he turns his hips where his body is the side of the cue.
Yeah, it looks very awkward. Good spot. Looks very awkward indeed. Do you know what? I've just had a thought. I think I was sat in Las Vegas airport and this guy was sat just across from me and we started having a chat and he was telling me about his journey back home to Slovakia that he was about to make. So I've actually met him. I knew him from somewhere. That's where I know him from. Las Vegas airport. Nice 9-ball. So good clearance. Punishing Sanjin.
It's a small world, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. He was telling me about his nightmare journey home, all the different flights. I think he had to take about 4 flights to get home, and that's after being knocked out of a tournament. These poor players, they've got nerves of steel, they have. So Sanjin to break off. 2-1 down. Race to 9, remember. Alternate break. 3-point rule in operation. Aria and myself, Mark, in the booth with you for this one. Enjoying all the action live from Tallinn in Estonia. 1 ball down. Nicely on the 2. Oh, look at this for a spread.
Yeah, that gentle bump from the 8 on the cue ball has just made this a lot easier. Specifically his opening pot on the 2 here. Such as the angle.
There was a lovely little nudge as well. I don't know if you noticed that on the 5 and the 6. They were just coming together. And then they just parted company, which left that on as well. So it's actually perfect, isn't it, this layout, Aria?
Oh, it's interesting. I was just noticing his pre-shot routine. I'm wondering if Sanjin is using the side right method, because I'll get back on to that in a second. But the way he was lining up the long pot in his pre-shot routine looked very similar to the side right method. It's something that a lot of the cue sport players have been using, and it really helps you to fall in the correct line of the shot, which is, look at this, look, well,
yeah, you're talking about Sanjin, obviously, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he has been taking the sight right course. I know for a fact, you can tell with his shuffling of his feet, standing behind, getting his dominant, not just his dominant eye, but the part of his dominant eye on the line of the shot as well, and then just not being too far back from the table and then just stepping into it, and never holding your cue too wide either, so that your shoulders aren't too far apart.
And there you go.
So well spotted, Aria.
I don't know if you can run this through, if you can create an angle or just stop shot. Yeah, you could manipulate the angle actually. Options. You can drop this in the middle or in the corner pocket. Looks like the middle here.
Yeah, just going back to site right for a second. There are other available tools as well for your training, guys, just so you know. Mark Williams just recently brought one out, I know, with his coach Lee Walker. So shop around and see what suits you. It's not a one-stop shop for all. We're all different, aren't we? What do you play with? You play with are you playing pool mainly now? Are you playing a little bit of both still, Aria?
To be completely upfront with you right now, I'm more of a retired Q Sports player, if I'm completely honest. But I was always in and out, dipped my foot in the pool billiards scene for a couple of years, and then I'm retracted back to my first love, if you'd like to call that, which is snooker. But I've always, ever since I've tried a stint in pool, I've always been very interested and keep a keen eye on the proceedings, because I actually do feel that, you know, pound for pound, skill-wise, which is something uncommon you'd expect to hear from an original snooker player. I think pool is harder, mainly because you need a bigger variety of skill sets, whereas in snooker, if you can, I'd say, reproduce your stroke and your timing, it should put you in good stead. But in pool, it's not always like that. Some of the balls, some of the shots require a complete different technique, which is almost like contradictive of everything you've been taught to, you know, not to do on your shot. So that's why I think pool, you know, overall is a much harder game, and you can see that because, you know, the level these guys play at is unreal. It's not like,
and of course, take into consideration as well the break, how important the break is. That's just so different, totally different to the snooker break. Oh, that's a nice combo there.
Yeah,
plus the jumping aspect, the kicking and safety, the size of the balls, the more spin you use in pool. So it really is, you can't really compare the two games, can you, to be honest?
No, just the putting part of it is the same, but other than that, they are very different, as you've alluded to. And like, you know, just the last thing on, for example, the kicking. If someone is new and you just explain them, if you explain them the rules and you go, well, he's hooked on this ball, so he can't see it. He needs to use a couple of cushions, a couple of rails, as they say. And if you're new to the game, you go, well, that is surely its advantage to the other player. Where, as you can see at the highest level, sometimes actually it just gives the other player a chance to take over control by playing a very good kick shot. So there's a lot of elements
kick and stick
involved.
Lots of kick and sticks, aren't there, in pool? Completely different. You can't just roll up to a ball. Now then, I just want to go back to that shot. Now, we've often had the discussion about whether tapping a table has any effect on a cue ball. Well, there was a fine example that sometimes it does. He was definitely going to be hooked behind that 9 ball until it just caught one of the little divots, the little impressions made by the tapping, made the cue ball slip past the 9 ball there. So a little bit of luck.
So in these situations, would you rather leave yourself a guaranteed putt on the 8, so from the 7 just going center table, or try to go underneath the 9 to, you know, decrease the distance?
Or has he gone too far, or is he okay? Just okay, I think. So the 8 and the 9 into the same pocket. Maybe just drag this round the back of the 9 with some low left. Just dragged it, no need for the left. So gets his nose in front once again. There's that pause again at the cue ball. Slow backswing, slight pause again and through. Where do you stand on the pause? Do you like a pause in the cue action?
Yeah, I think that is, if there's one thing, if and when someone asks you for advice, a cue sport player, the first thing you should try to improve on is at least a pause in your backswing. It just makes sure that you can, attack the cue ball rather than. Interesting. I've just looked at the wrist of Sanjin. He's wearing a Whoop, so he's also very keen on his health. I don't know if you know about the Whoop watches. Don't want to get too much into detail, but it's something that really monitors.
I do.
Your heart rate and your sleep. So he's very keen on his health as well, which is good to see.
Yeah, I have a smartwatch. My friend from India, very good coach, Pranit Ramanchandi, good snooker coach, has just bought one, and he was telling me all about it. A little bit too technical for a 62-year-old though. Aria, I'll stick with my simple little Samsung smartwatch. That'll do me. As long as I'm breathing, I'm happy.
Another, he's definitely using the side right method. That is for sure. You can see that. Like you just explained some of the technical parts of it. He's trying to literally guarantee himself to fall into the right line of the aiming system. It also just goes to show how dedicated he is on his professional career. He's monitoring his health. He's trying new coaching methods as well. So I think all these little tools in a toolbox add to your armory, wouldn't you say, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, today you've got to be an athlete. You can't just turn up, do a bit of practice down your local bar, have a few drinks and then go and play a big tournament and expect to go the distance. But those days are gone. When everyone was doing it, it was kind of okay because you're all the same level. But now you've got so many players who it's their living, it's what they do, and that's how they survive.
Nicely controlled there. Yeah, you were spot on with the previous subject. There's a lot of money to be earned if you're a full-time professional cue sport player, so might as well really dig in and give it your all.
Yeah, and I look at it like this, in any other profession, whether it be sport or your job in the office, if you don't turn up and do a good job to the best of your ability and live your life in a way that enables you to do that job to the best of your ability, why should you be the man at the top earning the big money? And it's exactly the same as sport as well. You've got to put in the effort in every single area if you want to improve as a human being and as a sportsman.
Couldn't have agreed more.
There's Pia Filler in the background. Can't quite see who she's playing, but that table is available, guys, on the Pro Billiard Series YouTube channel. Go to Pro Billiard TV, it's all on there, and of course the website probilliardseries.com or epbf.com, and you can find out everything you need to know there. Good break again, and he's okay.
Seems like
he's on
an
this
illegal
too.
break.
Oh
think
yeah,
it's
of
an
course,
illegal
the
break.
3-point rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you that maybe are not familiar with the 3-point rule, because it's not played that often, when you're breaking, you make a point for every ball that you pot, and you make a point for every ball that goes past the head string. That's the bulk line or the break line, whatever you want to call it, and you must make a total of 3 points. If you don't, your opponent comes to the table. He can either play it from there or he can put you back in. And of course, Sanjin, well, that was a little bit careless. I think has he still got it? He's having a good look. What does his expression tell you? Maybe there's an edge.
Yeah, but even if there is one, still the scratch in the middle pocket is looming large. So, as you can see, this one needs a bit of care and attention. Oh, I think actually you can see enough portion of the 2 to avoid the scratch in the middle, but still finding a safe path for the 2 is always going to be the biggest.
He's kicking anyway. He's decided he's kicking, can't see it. Oh, good effort.
Make no mistake,
yeah.
he did try to pot the 2 there, but like you said, he also always knew if he would make solid contact on the 2, the white would stay at this end of the table. So that was actually a very good attempt from Yaroslav.
Might be worth jumping at this. It's makeable, and if you can get the cue ball either into the centre of the table or over to this bottom rail now as we look, he'll have a shot at the 3-7 combo. Now does this cut Arya?
I'll tell you what, I don't think he can complain there. It's landed really awkward actually. And you can tell by the body language of Yaroslav, he's not, he's trying to figure out what to do now. Yeah, from this overhead angle, you tend to think, in theory, you could cut this one back, but cue ball's going to fly around the table. Maybe a bank shot in the top left. 2 got close. What about this one, Mark? What do you reckon, safety or attack?
Yeah, I like going for this top right hand corner element of a 2-way to it as well. Could just go out and just play all out safety though. Well, kind of played a bank shot, which really surprised me. I would never have thought of playing that one, to be honest. I don't know about you, Arya.
Yeah, I think he tried to be too smart there, maybe. But it's always easy saying it from our position, isn't it? I've never missed a ball in the commentary booth, I have to say.
I think he can't believe he played it himself. The way he was reacting, kind of saying to himself, "Why on earth did you play that?"
Obviously, we established that the problem is going to be the 3 ball here. That's not changed so far. Can he play a carom shot? Cut the 7 off the 3 with his cue ball? Because he can't. I don't think he can cut the 3 into the 7, can he? If he can, that would be the easier shot to control the 3. Maybe he can.
Yeah, he can play the carom, can't he? At the very least. Well, he can play the combo. What a shot.
And I must say, how he placed his cue ball after the 2, which already in itself was a bit more ticklish than you would have thought because he was hampered with his cueing. All of a sudden, within 2 shots, he's created a nice opening to take the lead again.
Yeah, gap between the 8 and the 4 here.
I would have thought he would have injected a bit more pace just to narrow down the angle, because this is still a thin one.
Yeah, he's got to watch the scratch in the side as well here, so might be leaving himself a longer 5 ball here, just to and fro with a cue ball.
There's a lot of practice routines you do on a pool table, and this is one of them. Crossing the table once or twice, which I'm sure Yaroslav has done thousands of hours himself.
You see all the marks on the table where the cue has followed through on the break, like burn marks on the Simonis cloth. Aramith balls looking as beautiful as ever. Hundreds of years between them in the business, Simonis and Aramith. Breda, of course, celebrated 30 years in the business just recently.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of the brand, and just the cues and also just the logo. It looks really cool, doesn't it?
I love the Euro. Yeah, I love this Euro cat. It's great. Eurocrat, not a bureaucrat, I said. So let me just ask you about your name very, very quickly. Aria. Now, I know it's spelt differently, but that is a piece of music, isn't it? Now, I've found a little stat about composers. Now, there's a guy called Arvo Pärt, who is an Estonian, and his music is played more than any other living composer's music. So nice little stat for you there. There's a beautiful opera house in Tallinn. I don't know if you've ever been there, Aria, but a beautiful little city with a great opera house, and they do love their music and singing.
Interesting. No, I did not know that, and unfortunately I haven't had the chance to visit Estonia. But that is interesting indeed.
Yeah, they're a nation of singers, and during hard times they used to get choirs together as many as 300,000 to sing for peace. And they're also in the Guinness World Record books for the biggest concerts held for folk singers in a place called Laula Väljak. 30,000 in a choir, in a single choir, and I've been to the actual song square it translates into. Laula Väljak. Laula is song, Väljak is square, so Laula Väljak. Been there many times, had many big concerts there as well. Michael Jackson's been there, 50 Cent, Tina Turner, many big names. They do love their music in Estonia. Okay, back to the song being sung by Sanjin.
I like how you brought it back. But it also sounds like you've a lot about Estonia. I don't think it's a coincidence that you've just done your research online. Sounds like you've visited there more than on one location.
Yeah, I lived there for 8 years, to be honest. Beautiful city, has a big place in my heart, Tallinn. Great people, lovely people.
I like the shot he just played on the 6. If you can see, he's left himself a nice comfortable angle to go up table, which is where he wants to land to play position on the 8. Yeah, he's a bit straight, but it shouldn't really cause him any trouble. Just like a gentle drawback, say maybe 6 foot or something. No, not 6 foot. 6 inches. That should do the trick. Perfectly stayed on the 9. Still staying loyal to his pre-shot routine. Seems to be the pattern in this match, isn't it, Mark? Yaroslav has all the way through had the lead, at least for one rack, and then Sanjin closes the gap every single time when it's his turn.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is I'm guessing that Sanjin's latest coaching method that he's going through, shall we say, it's unusual to see it carried out in such an obvious way. So I'm guessing it's quite a new thing to him, you know, and it's quite a brave thing to do in the middle of a season, or maybe he did it pre-season and he's just kind of getting used to it at the moment. Oh, it's going to be dry and illegal. The only difference that makes to the proceedings is if Sanjin doesn't like it, he can give it back to his opponent. I'm not saying he's going to in this situation, but that is an option available.
I'm just glancing through the other matches being held at the same time, obviously all of them being the last 64 in the men's side, and I can tell you that Mateusz Nigoki is on the hill. He's in the lead, 8-6 against Samet Degirmenci, and also Fabio Rizzi from France playing his fellow countryman, also 8-3 in front. So all the matches are shaping up nicely. As we turn our attention back to the match we've been following from the start.
Yeah, sorry if you're experiencing a few sound issues, guys. So could make the 3 ball here. Must hit the 1 first, remember. Oh, and that's a nice little bump on the 5 as well. This is on, this 1 ball. Oh, what happened there? He fouled. Maybe caught another ball.
Yeah,
There's me.
as if it's not only the foul and the ball in hand, but he's also developed a little dilemma there in the corner. So he's literally given Sanjin a great opportunity to take the lead for the first time, if I'm not mistaken, in this match.
Yeah, he's been behind all the way, and what a time to do it. Just coming to the second half of the match now. We've had 8 racks. Possible 17. Now let's just have a look at his pre-shot routine again here, Aria.
Well, this one looked a bit more natural than the other ones.
Yeah.
You also need to bear in mind that if you stick to a specific pre-shot routine, some of the shots are very easy and nothing can really go wrong. So if you keep doing that, it's also going to cost a lot of energy and focus think it's better. You're better off doing it specifically on the a little bit harder shots, or definitely the longer distance shots. He's just overscrewed a little bit. I don't know if he can.
I can't say
Maybe.
I agree with you on that, to be honest, Aria. I think you should keep this pre-shot routine the same every single time. How many easy balls do you see missed? Just my opinion, but you know, we see so many easy balls missed because they thought they were unmissable, and they miss them. So I'm a big advocate of keeping it the same, to be honest.
Yeah, there's no right and wrong. Let me emphasize on that.
Of
There's
course not.
literally
No.
no right and wrong. Certainly, what you're saying would be the safer bet. That's just, you know, pure facts. But when you take as far as I'm concerned, the you know, the greatest of all time in all cue sport, which is Ronnie O'Sullivan, he's not always doing exactly the same thing on every single shot. He simply isn't, because he's also relying on a bit of rhythm and flow. But there's only one Ronnie O'Sullivan, so if you want to...
Ronnie O'Sullivan is the exception rather than the rule, I think. And I think Yaroslav has decided to take a time out. Not a bad time to do it as well. Just gone behind for the first time in his match. So Aria and myself, Mark White, we will be back very, very soon, guys, with the conclusion of this enthralling battle of the Balkans. Welcome back to the Kalevi's Sporty Hull here in Tallinn, Estonia. Now, what a lovely little moment that was. Sanjin Perlivanovic obviously got himself some water, but he also got his opponent some water as well. I thought that was rather a sweet thing to do. What do you reckon, Aria?
Yeah, I think a bit of sportsmanship goes a long way. Look, this is not a combat sport where you're literally trying to kill each other. It's nothing you can do when the opponent is at the table. So actually, whenever a match is played in good spirits, I'm all here for it. So yeah, I'm agree with you. That's a nice gesture from Sanjay.
If you've just joined us, I'm Mark White and I'm with Aria Sarabi in the booth in this last 64 match, looking to get to the 32 in the European Championship 9-ball. Is a nice surprise look waiting for Mr. Polach. He's probably thinking, where did that come from? Yes, did you get me that? I did. Oh, thank you very much, thank you. What a lovely little moment. I like little things like that, Aria. They touch me, things like that.
Yeah, you're right. And but look, like all these players, you know, they're always on the road playing so many international tournaments. So you're bound to create friendships at some point because you run into each other every single week, and it just goes a long way if you have less enemies rather than friends. Obviously, at the table, it's all business, but at the same time, we can all be civil and stay true to each to ourselves. Nice little angle here on the 2, and a great layout to extend this lead here for Sanjay.
Yeah, I think Yaroslav has left his chalk on the table. I don't think that's Sanjin's. I've seen other players throw the chalk at their opponent before. I don't know if you've seen that before. I saw it in one match.
Have you?
Yeah, I have.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's not Sanjin's. That's not Sanjin's chalk.
Of course, in the
Sanjin's.
local. Sorry, carry on.
No. Carry on. Go.
Of course, in the local pool halls, the infamous 18 chalks on one piece of table every now and then. But yeah, it's very uncommon to see on a match table like this.
At least it's the right way up. Yeah, Sanjin using the Predator pure chalk. Polach using the other one, shall we say.
Did not see that one coming, Mark. There you can see what he thought of that shot. He just literally jumped up, he feels, on the shot.
Maybe forgot his pre-shot routine. Easily done.
Yeah,
nice little bump there.
You can obviously understand why he's got it, not just for the sake of missing the ball, but he had a great chance to extend his lead there and apply a bit more pressure on Yaroslav. But this looks like a great chance for Yaroslav to level the scores once again. Never been more than one rack in this match so far, which is interesting to say the least.
And I believe he will be breaking. Yeah, this will be 5-5 if he takes the 8 and the 9. He started out as breaking, didn't he? Started with that great break and run, if you remember.
I do, yeah. This is always very interesting for me to see that a lot of the pool players, they dread using the bridge or the rest. They'd much rather, put a piece of little mini putt on the back end of the cue and stretch over the table.
Oh, you have a friend in me for life, Aria. saying things like that. I mean, I just can't believe that these players don't invest a bit of time in using the bridge, just learning it. Just give it 10-15 minutes at the end of a practice session, because you never know when you might need it. Players playing with so much overhang of cue now on some particular shots, and I've seen so many shots missed. Yeah, I think it's an investment. It's like one of them things, you know, that you said is a different something different that you bring from snooker. You know, snooker, you definitely know how to use the rest, whereas if you've never used the rest, you know, yeah, you have to, of course, right? So that's another difference in the two disciplines, isn't it? You have to learn to use the rest, really, which they don't really have to use as often as a snooker player does.
And I thought, look, just to balance it out, obviously these guys are playing on a much shorter table, and some of the guys are actually tall lads, so you know there's an argument to be held for them on their part. But like, you know, just to come back on what you were alluding to, it, I think any time in any sport or any profession, if you try to avoid a skill set which is an integral part of it, you have a obvious weakness. You know, that's just fact. So if you avoiding using the bridge at some point when you do have to use it, or when you're not only using it to pot the ball, but you need to inject a bit of pace or something, you know, what are your odds of making that ball? And sometimes that could be the difference of becoming world champion or not. And you know, so if it's up to me, if I'm coaching someone, and I have a funny story about that. A long time ago, the guy that came up to me, he wanted some coaching, and we just sat down and I'm going to keep it short. I asked him, you know, what are your obvious main weaknesses? And he pointed out maybe two things, and one of them being the bridge. I said, well, thank you for that. 1 hour, and we only did in the 1 hour only bridge shots, nothing else. And he looked at me like, is this a wind-up? I said, look, if it's a weakness, why should I invest in anything else than improving on your weakness?
Totally, 100% agree. Played this well, played this very well. Lovely bit of spin. Okay, it's an easy rail first. He may be able to make the 7 ball here. So yeah, would have been nice if he'd have been tighter in behind the 4. So he has left the 1 rail. Kick here.
Look, I think he's got big odds to make the 7 here, because there's a lot of aiming systems in the kick shots of 1 rail. If he can control, you know, the let's say the portion of the 1 he's about to hit, it almost count himself unlucky not to pop the 7 after that.
You could even go off the back of the 1 ball and make it.
Nice hit.
You see what I mean? Like, if you'd have caught it a bit thinner, it would have. It's like the scratch that they often do when they're trying to do the kick and stick, and the ball cue rolls along the rail and scratches. Guess where he's going to be after this shot? I think he might be tight behind the 9 ball this time.
Needs the 1 to bounce. That is perfect. Whenever you're playing a snooker or a hook, as we call it in pool, in an ideal scenario, you want the on ball to be in the vicinity of other balls, where it just increases your chances to get a ball in hand. It's going to look like a 2-rail escape here for Yaroslav. He's got good chances to hit the 1, really, because if you take the scratch in the corner pocket as a reference point, you should be able to find the path.
Yeah, but you know, these new cloths, they always slide off that 2nd rail, and they're so hard to judge. You have to, you know, aiming systems kind of go out the window in these situations with brand new cloth. I'm saying brand new. It's, what are we, day 10 today? So it's still relatively new. Aria.
Yeah. So what about this one? Surely the 3-4 combination is the way to go forward.
Yeah, it has to be. Just wants to finish dead straight on it. That's what he's checking now. Where do I want the cue ball from this 2-ball? Doesn't want to lose the 3, just wants to play it full into the 4. Can bounce off the side route for position. Could come between the rail and the 5, or could just stun out to the centre. I like going in between the rail and the 5. He doesn't. He likes drawing straight out.
Sometimes the angle can look a bit deceiving.
Oh, he's close to this 7-ball. I don't think he saw it. Well,
But what is interesting, Yaroslav didn't either call for the referee to have a closer look, though.
wow, that looked very, very close, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
If he knew it was there, then okay. But maybe he forgot it was there.
I like this little detail, though. Look, the 7 is in a corner pocket, and he made sure that the cue ball would land on this side of the table rather than the long rail, because this path towards the 8 is a more natural one and an easier one. So that was quick thinking there by Sanjin. I like that. He's still very clear in his, his shot selection.
It's always easier, isn't it, when you can see the path of the cue ball rather than making it go against itself. That's what the Filipinos are so good at, letting the cue ball go where it wants to go, making that position to the 8-ball that much easier. There you see the sight right, look, shuffling the feet.
Well, let's just glance over the other tables to see what is going on simultaneously. Petri Makonnen playing Mikkel Rehepap. That's locked at 7-0. Then we have Felix Vogel 6-2 up against Nasirov Azdar. Walter Laikre against Harris. Oh, this is a tough one. Trotovac 5-4 up. Roman Hibler Titrovic, okay. Roman Hibler 6-4 up against Michel Bartol. Mihazac 5-4 down against Hussein Borankan. And last but not least, Benko Max 7-5 up against Miguel Silva. So all these other matches are also creeping towards the end part of the match, so to speak.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple of good juniors there. Walter Laikre, Max Benko doing big things as well. Good to see Max. I was actually at a tournament in Morocco. He was there playing the Chinese 8-ball, the Joy event. Done pretty well at that as well. I think he reached the last 16 out of 128 field. So done himself pretty proud there. Push out, played by Sanjin. Of course, after the break, if you don't like the situation you've left yourself with, you can play a push out. You don't have to hit a rail. You can make any ball. You don't have to hit a ball. Of course, when your opponent comes back to the table, if he doesn't like what you've left, he can, of course, give it back to you.
Yeah, the push out specifically at this level is almost like a chess game, isn't it, Mark?
It is, yeah, as close to it as you'll get. Oh, this is a chance now for Sanjin.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't off the bat call it a good chance, because there's two clusters where he needs to solve a problem, but one thing is for sure, he's got the advantage right now. Particularly the 4 in the vicinity of the 7 and the 9 takes some solving. But don't know whether he wants to try and disturb the 4 and the 7 from this angle. Needs to inject a lot of pace and power. we'll shortly find out.
Oh, just wondering, is there a 4-9 possible?
Maybe there is.
There could be. There could be, you know.
Yeah, that's
There
what he was
certainly
looking at.
is.
Gotta say that looks really tight for me, but surely he knows what he's doing, so let's see.
Yeah, I mean, he played for it, didn't he? Didn't play for anything else, Aria, so this is a chance for an early win to take a 2-rack lead and be just 2 away from the next round.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah, well played.
Good call.
Always a nice way to win a rack, never a nice way to lose one, of course. You feel like you haven't really been involved in the game at all there. But anyway, yeah, just 2 away now, Aria. So are you a full-time working guy? Are you a full-time cueist, or what are you doing? You said you'd given up just recently, didn't you? You're not really playing much cue sports anymore, no?
No. Yeah, just life gets in the way.
That's true.
Look, I still love the game in cue sports, so pool and snooker. Always, when I have the time, I keep an eye on it, and like sometimes even at work, if I have the opportunity, I'll just put it on in the background, and I'll peek in and out. So it's nothing to do with lost passion or anything. It's just other priorities and
Life happened.
Exactly. What about yourself? You still play a bit, or?
No, well, yeah, I still play. I don't really play seriously anymore. I play for fun. I'm actually playing some of the best pool of my life, to be honest, or I was, up until recently. Just for the pure fact that I was just playing it for enjoyment, and I still do a bit of coaching. I did snooker coaching back in 1980s in our local club. We were lucky to have a couple of qualified coaches and referees actually that bought the club back in the 80s, so all of my teens, 20s up to my 30s were spent in pool rooms and snooker rooms.
So who are some of the...
Never lost my passion.
So who are some of the talented players you've coached over the years? If you can drop a name.
Not really. The people that I've coached prefer to remain anonymous.
All right.
I don't know why. I didn't think I was that bad a coach. You'd have thought they'd have wanted somebody to blame Aria, wouldn't you?
Look, a coach can give you all the tools, but it's up to the player to put the time and effort in. As we just alluded to in Sanjin, like we noticed he's using a side right method. He's monitoring his health with the hoop strap on his the watch he's wearing. So everything you put into the game, but that goes for all professions worldwide. It at some point it will reflect itself in the results. So it's like a sales guy, right? If you make double the amount of hours than your colleagues, at some point you will surpass them. And it's no different in sports. What you put into the game is usually what you get from it as well.
Yeah, I'll just throw 2 names into the hat just to kind of put a lid on this conversation. And David Beckham and Michael Jordan, huge respect that Beckham had, and he was always the first in training and always the last out of training, as was Michael Jordan. 2 of the best at what they did in the world.
Yeah.
You think it all comes naturally, but it doesn't. Comes with hard work.
Exactly. There's no substitute for discipline. There really isn't.
Sanjin looking very, very disciplined here, looking to get on the hill. He's running through these very, very nicely. Just a deep draw. Oh, head up maybe. Can you believe it?
Do you know what? Actually, this is going to sound a bit smart, obviously, hindsight, but there's a couple of shots, and I'm not even talking about the miscue, because that's the obvious one. There's a couple of shots where I've noticed, what Sanjin does really well is his pre-shot routine, as we've covered all throughout the match, and just everything in his game looks in tip-top shape. What I have noticed once in a while, that the follow-through is sometimes ever so slightly a little bit rushed. And we did talk about this subject, the pause in your backswing. And this is one of the areas where it can go wrong. A miscue is obviously unfortunate, because if you would keep track, statistically, they don't have many miscues over a whole year. So that is more bad fortune than anything. But it does play a part if you don't maintain the pause on your backswing.
Yeah, I heard a very, very nice description of the pause. There was a famous coach, used to be Jimmy White's coach, who said he never uses the word pause because he thinks it puts in your mind stop. And the way he said it was, he likes to call it the get ready. You're coming back slow with the backswing, and there's just this little moment when you're just getting ready to start the forward motion to accelerate through the ball.
Yeah, I like that philosophy. But nonetheless, a very important part of the game right now, because it looked for all money that Sanjin would put himself on the hill. But still some pool to be played here, although Yaroslav's attempt to put the 7 didn't really get close, I'm afraid.
But I don't know if you noticed, but in my commentary, just before he played that shot, I said deep draw, which straight away makes you think you've got to put extra effort into it or something, where really you don't. It's either that just a bit more backswing and a bit more follow through. It's no different action.
Sanjin's lost the plot for a second.
A little bit. He has. He's gone to pieces for a couple of seconds here.
The body language says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can have the best technique in the world, but if you haven't got the level, cool head to go with it, it can also hold you back in your career. There's been plenty of players over the years who have been like that. You can have all the apps in the world, Aria. At the end of the day, it comes down to that app inside that skull. It's called the brain.
Like, it's far from over. If anything, I just think Sanjin does realize he could have saved himself at least 15 minutes of aggravation. Now he needs to battle on and just make sure he keeps the negative thoughts out of his head. Whereas 8-5, it's sitting pretty. 7-6, it's all to play for, and I think he understood, the importance of this rack, and he had let's not forget, he had a great chance where he had the miscue on the 7, and it just never recovered from that, at least the previous rack. Let's see if he can put it out of his head with a nice break and run.
I think he might even have been stretching a little bit on that miscue, now I think about it.
So that is a good break. Can he cut the one back? Yes, but where's the cue ball going to finish? That's almost like a gamble, if you ask me.
No, I think he's got to play safe here. There's a nice safe off the edge of the 1 ball, in between the rail and the 6, cue ball down behind the 7-9-5. It's an easy hit. Has he left the 1 railer? Well, you can certainly hit it, but I'm not sure you can make it, because that 5 ball, or the 4 ball rather, is slightly in the way maybe.
Time.
Oh, he could. So a mistake there from Sanjin. I'm really surprised Sanjin didn't go down for cover behind these 3 balls, the 9, the 7 and the 5 there. He also had the 6 and the 4. Cue ball anywhere over this kind of, that diamond to the right hand corner pocket, he would guaranteed a difficult snooker. And he's left a chance for this to go 7-7.
I see your point of view, but nonetheless, he could found himself a bit unfortunate because it looked highly unlikely to leave the 1 rail off the long rail kick shot. Now, the little details come to play a big part in this match. Yaroslav again with a great opportunity to draw level, and 7-0. I don't think Sanjin is sitting all too comfortable in his chair there, knowing that he should have at least been on the hill.
Yeah, and Yaroslav will be breaking as well, Aria, to get to the hill first.
I'll tell you what, it felt like he ran a bit short. I thought he was trying to play position for the 5 in the middle, but as it turned out, he's landed absolutely perfect for the 5 in the corner pocket.
I think he ran out of cue. He was stretching so much he couldn't follow through anymore, I don't think. So taking the chance of that missed opportunity from Sanjin. Didn't play okay. It wasn't a bad safety, but it wasn't really a telling one, as it turned out. He left him the 1 rail kick, and he said thank you very much. We're all tied at 7-7. Now it's how it really is now, I think, how Sanjin reacts to this. Maybe taking his time out, or did he take it at the same time before?
Gives us the opportunity to give
us some scores. Give us some scores, Aria. Come on.
So Roman Hibler is through to the next round. He won 9-5. Miguel Silva 8-6 down against Benko Max. Look, Haris Trotovac 6-0 against Walter Laikre. And Hussein Borankan, he is 7-5 up against Mihazac. That's all the 4 remaining 9-ball in the men's section going on at the same time. All of them battling for a place in the last 32. What happened?
He's made a golden break. It's a golden break. What a time to get one. Just shows you never know, do you? You never know in 9-ball what can happen. Well. Oh, that 7-ball might come back to haunt Sanjin. And now there's real pressure on the Bosnian. First of all, has to make sure it's a legal break. Yeah, just coming back to check them. I thought he racked them just a little bit quick. Making sure the patch doesn't come off. That would be a foul, of course, if it landed on the ball. Same as your chalk or your hair, or even your whoop watch. Did you say it's called a whoop?
Yeah, whoop strap.
Whoop strap.
Yeah, the biggest difference with whoop with a smartwatch is it actually doesn't pop up any notification. All it does is monitor your health, steps and heart rate, what have you, and you can always ask the data whenever it suits you. So if you're playing, you won't get a pop-up if someone is trying to message you, which will distract you, or lights. Anyway, Sanjin, if you look at the layout, has a great chance to draw level, force the decider. Needs to bounce though, yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely played. I think he has a slight angle on this as well. Can just draw down towards the line of the 3. 5 already waiting down there. And then 6, 7. In close proximity.
I don't know about you, Mark, but I'm struggling to find where this could possibly go wrong for Sanjay to clear this table.
Well, there's no visible banana skins, shall we say. The only ones are in his head, I think. Only he can mess this up inside his own mind.
If my memory serves me right, I can recall probably it was the European Championships previous year where Sanjan was playing the 8 ball and he just cheered a bit too early and then went on to miss the 8 ball. It cost him the match.
Yeah, that was the 9 ball against Josh Villa you're talking about.
It was the 9 ball.
Remember
okay,
it well. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. It was celebrating early on the 9 ball and then missed it. Something you'll only ever do once in your career, I believe. Yeah, played it with pace to come back up again, didn't try and hold it. So we do have ourselves a 17th deciding rack. And I guess overall it's kind of the fair scoreline, I think, Aria, don't you?
Yeah, there's never been more than 2 racks in it, so bound to happen. Yeah. All you want is a chance. Let's see how the break is gonna unfold right now. Try break, and I do believe the 1 pot's in the center.
certainly does. Followed by, well, possible 2-9. Look, 2-9 combination. Can you believe it?
I'll tell you who will not believe it. It's Yaroslav.
I mean, just when you don't want a dry break, I mean, wow, he's okay. Just slid past the 3. Well, this is maybe just a little bit more difficult now. He's a little bit further away from it. But look, it's kind of unmissable, isn't it? This doesn't want to overcut that 2-ball too much. So this combo, I suppose you could say, is kind of ironic. Earlier on, Yaroslav had that golden break that got him right back in the match.
Yep, there it is.
But it's that 2-9 combo. Nice smile. A match played in really good spirits, I thought. Really enjoyed that. Close all the way through. Fair result. Could have gone either way, really, couldn't it? Anyway, lots more action to come, guys, today on Pro Billiard TV as the handshakes between the referees and the players continue. From Ariab Soab and myself, Mark White, I will see you, and we'll see you both again on another one. I hope so. Ta-ra for now.
On the break that I've seen so far. Yeah, yeah. First one. I think, yeah, I just saw it moving and then.
I sit here or there? No idea. I'm like an elephant. Same ears and same memory. It's gonna get, it gets confusing. Sorry? It gets confusing. So I used easiest way on the screen. I know you guys know this, just need to check. Yes, everything. Shot clock. You are? Yeah. You guys keep the score. I only manage shot clock. If you guys call me, I come. Okay? I think you guys have time for like one rack each, then we stop. One rack each? One rack each, and we stop. I think I'll check with you. 12 minutes. Yeah, one rack each and we go.
Can you hear me, Eric? Well, hello and welcome to our pool fans joining us from across the globe. Welcome to day 10 of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Championships. We are in the beautiful city of Tallinn, and this match being brought to you right now is the men's 9-ball last 32. And streaming on this table right now is the match between Mad Maximilian Lechner and the Spanish Jose Alberto Delgado. I'm Gethin Davis, and joining me in the booth today for the first time, and I'm very excited, is our dear friend across the pond, Eric Hallefson. How are you, Eric?
Good morning. How are you?
I am very well, thank you. We are here in the Netherlands, and it's we've just had our lunch here, so there. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Two world-class players. Lechner to break first. Gonna make Lechner a small favorite in this one as far as experience, but both players more than capable and on world-class status.
I agree, Eric, and both players have delivered very well in the earlier disciplines, and this is going to be a tough matchup today, but I think if you go on paper, Max would look to have the edge. However, as we know in alternate break 9-ball, anything can happen.
Strong break there from Max, achieving exactly what he wanted, one on the side, corner ball down. Bit of a tricky one here. It's come across two rails. Not really a follow, kind of like a half stun. It's always tricky to get the speed exactly right on those, but he's okay. He can draw out of this angle.
I think both players, Eric, have had a bit of time on the TV table earlier in the past 10 days, and I think they have got to grips with this cloth. So interesting to see how they come out the gates.
Yeah, it's a good point. We're kind of deep into the tournament now, and both players have definitely felt out the conditions. So expect a high-level match here.
Well, a good break by Max here, Eric, and he would be loving the look of the pattern ahead of him here, and to take the first rack with his break, which is the ideal start.
Yeah, with these breaking rules and these racking rules, you would expect pros to be on maybe around 40% break and run percentage. Pretty offensive breaking rules. Of course, a lot depending on the first shot. But if the breaks hit properly, you'd expect around 40% break and run percentage.
Well, that's our first break and run. I wonder how many we're going to be treated to, and I was just, while we have a little look at Jose Delgado, I have had the pleasure of commentating on an earlier match of his, and he is not daunted by the prospect of the more, should we say, well-known European pool players. However, I think in his circles, he's just as well known, to be fair, Eric.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, a little bit overshadowed by Ruiz and Alcadi as far as Spanish players, but put him around number 3 as far as international players from Spain. And yeah, I did an earlier match of his too, and played well. Ended up losing on the hill, but did everything he could to fend off another world-class player. I can't remember the name, I apologize, but yeah, I mean, he's up and coming around 785 Fargo. right there with the upper elite of it in the world.
He sunk the...
down, one ball taken across. Yeah.
I think it's a
illegal.
foul break, Eric.
It is, yeah. Caught it a little too thin there, and that'll kind of trend into being not achieving the 3-point rule on the break. So let's show the first chance here in rack number 2.
Yeah, bit of a gift for Max, and just interesting to point out to our new viewers or those joining us for the first time that we are playing this 9-ball tournament with the 3-point rule, and that means that if 3 balls do not pass the head string, it will not be classed as a legal break, and for each ball you pot, that takes away the need for one behind a need for getting it in the kitchen. So although Delgado potted the 1 ball successfully, he did not get 2 balls into the kitchen, and he gives advantage back to Max. What do you think about that shot, Eric?
He went for it. How would his position have been? It would have been okay. Tricky, long, thin distance pocketing. Missable. Bit of a two-way element, which he achieved. Tough to care for Delgado.
Well, he took a nip of it, Eric, but it did not drop.
Yeah, tough contact there. I mean, hit it in the way you wanted, and you can kind of see the bow of the head returning to the chair. Tough one there for Delgado. It was left over the pocket, and a chance for Max to take a 2-game lead here. He's having a close look at what the angle is between the 6-8. I believe he can see it, but he's having a real close look. Probably which part of the ball I can see.
Is he looking to play
another angle?
Maybe cushion first, Eric?
Kind of looks like it, yeah. I think that part of it is just about getting over to the left side of the table and can possibly take the 3-9 going forward in the rack. Oh yeah, the 8's blocking a good part of the 2 there.
He still doesn't seem to be completely comfortable, but he did play that one very well to get shape on this 3.
Yeah.
Maybe he's a bit worried about where the cue ball is going to go.
Yeah, a little in between here. Looks like there is enough angle to kind of draw out, but he's cueing high, so maybe room around between the 9 and the 8, and 2 rails forward. Mistake. I was just about to say mistake, but the ball's down. You saw the pocket there.
Yeah, and these tables you alluded to, Eric, they've been here a few days now. Will there be much difference for the players playing on them? They've been immaculately cleaned every day, these Predator Arc tables, but, they've seen a lot of play, Eric.
Good call. A weekend, same as any other table. They're going to be playing a little bit tighter than they were on day 1. But as world-class players, they'll take note of that. Just kind of be a little bit more accurate in their pocketing.
You've got to think Jose's a little disappointed there, making the 1 ball off the break, but giving away a foul break. It can sometimes just be down to a collision of a few balls. But Max got back to the table, and he's taken a quick march at a 2-0 lead, and his break, Eric.
Yeah, good start for Max here. Kind of funny for Max, even at the upper echelon end of things, he's a little bit overlooked when they're talking about the very best players in the world, but he's a U.S. Open runner-up. He's have many other good results in international competitions. I always like how he plays whenever I see him. He's kind of an underrated player, somewhere in the top 25.
Yeah, and you usually find him coming out with good performances, but at such high level now, the competition is getting tougher and tougher. So right now, he seems to be in prime position.
Yeah, well, that's a great point. And you know, even a player of his capability, it doesn't mean that they're going to win two or three majors a year. There's 25 other players contending with the same ability as him. So, but put him in that upper echelon of world-class players, definitely, no doubt. On the two here.
I think there's a case to be made about the alternate break as well, Eric. It certainly does offer not just a little bit more excitement, but the ability for the opponent to shift momentum, and then it can come down to the battle of the breaks when you start getting up to the level of these players. I really do enjoy the alternate break. It's been very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with offensive breaking rules, you know, if you're looking at the Predator Pro Series over in North America with the hand rack, I mean, you're going to get a lot more exchanges between both players. But anytime you have offensive breaking rules, I definitely advocate for alternate break. Both players having a chance at the table.
Well, Max certainly looking like he's come out to play.
Yeah. Nice position there. Hewell's kind of running behind the 7, so he's taking a look behind or between the 5-7 now. Did you see his little YouTube clip with Charivari last week? I don't know, it would be random if you actually ran into that one, but I'll elaborate on it a little bit if you did see or didn't.
No, I didn't, but I do understand that Max and both Albin have just flown in from that direction for this tournament this week, so okay. Please do elaborate.
So it was interesting. They just Max broke a rack, matchroom style, from the middle, and Charivari, who's for the fans at home, you can check out his YouTube page. You know, a very accomplished instructor and someone who's really helped a lot for just overall instructing on YouTube. He broke a rack and he left the room, and Charivari called the rack. It wasn't an easy rack, you know, a lot of different possibilities of as far as how to play it. So Charivari called every shot one way. Max came back into the room and he called it the exact same as Charivari. It was interesting, and they ran the rack, and of course it didn't go exactly how they called it. There was enough cue ball movement. There were some adjustments, but yeah, you can check it out. It'll probably be near the top of his page on the videos that were there.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I'd have to say that social media itself has been an absolute invaluable tool for both the players and Predator and the EPBF in being able to promote and perpetuate such events, and the players themselves. I find that it's really interesting to see what does and does not go viral, especially as a pool lover. And I have to say, just looking at Jose there, he's been sat in his chair for quite a while, and he's only seems to be getting up to break, and you feel he's got to start delivering now, Eric, already at this early stages of the game.
100%. So that's the flip side of alternate break. If you get stuck a lot of games in alternate break, you know, it's kind of a mental, it's against you mentally, because you know you're kind of stuck those breaks to your opponent. So time to start here for Delgado.
Do you know, Eric, I don't even think he got 3 past the head string on that occasion either. He seems to be breaking very gently.
You're right. I assumed 2 past, but he didn't pocket the corner ball, so yeah, it would have been illegal overall.
Well, a little bit of a mooch of the lips from Mad Max there. He maybe has just finished a little bit too straight on this one ball to make it work. May have to put a shot on this.
This is very tough. Yeah, just backed off on the speed there. I mean, there was an option to come around 2 rails and maybe over to the right side of the table, but playing with that much speed and left spin off the rail, he just avoided it. Likely looking for safe here. A lot of safes to keep the 2 balls playing into the 6. He's going to try to avoid that.
Yep, that's a very tidy shot. There was very, very difficult to get any position on that 2 for potting, and this is the best second prize you could ask for. And more importantly, Max is not giving Jose an inch.
Yeah, good play there, avoiding the 6, bringing the 2 up in the safe area.
No, didn't make it, Eric, and he has left what for these guys would be a relatively simple combination, but with that much distance between the balls, it always makes me twitch a little. Great camera view there, Eric, and that was a relatively simple way to steal this frame again against Jose's break. So it's looking like a quick match so far, Eric. If we've got something to say, we're going to have to say it soon.
Yeah, I'm going to start here for Delgado, and really nothing against him. But I'm going to have us back up against the wall for the rest of the match here.
I feel he's going to have to do something with his break there, because I don't think in either of his attempts he's even got a legal break. And, you know, we're in the last 32 here, Eric, and he's no slouch. He should, I don't know better? Or is it just been 2 unfortunate breaks in a row? I don't know. The second one seemed rather slow.
No, I agree. I mean, you know, table-to-table difference. You know, tap balls, the ball should be racking reasonably consistent, but yeah, I mean, the number 1 order of business is you have to achieve a legal break, and I guess on the second one, if you included the corner ball, he would have been on 3. But definitely something to look at for Delgado. I mean, you know, first thing, you have to achieve a legal break for sure.
Well, it looks, Eric, like he's just taken his rest bite now, which gives him a 5-minute break, I believe. And if you look in the background, it's a little unfortunate to be meeting in the last 32, but nevertheless, there they are on our other table. And that's the all-finish affair with Petri Mäkinen against Kasper Matikainen. And that looks like that it's going to be an interesting game. Now, we have 28 beautiful Predator Arc tables here in the Kalevi arena as we take a look around. I have to say, and as it's our first time together in the booth, Eric, I really do like the starlit walls around the arena. It looks very, very pretty, but both professional as well. And with the new Predator Arc tables, they really do stand out. What do you think?
Yeah, I was commenting with George earlier in the week. It reminds me of like a concert at a stadium, or I was saying as far as North American terms, it reminded me of the Super Bowl, kind of like a Super Bowl halftime show. It's cool for sure. Something I've never seen on a pool stage before. It's nice.
No, and I don't know how much you've been able to watch of the live streams, but the one thing that has really tickled my fancy, and hasn't been spoken about as much is the team events that they run here. The camaraderie, the cheering, the local favourites, the ups, the downs, the oohs, the ahs. It's really been exciting, and something that I've yet to had the pleasure to commentate on until this European Championship from Predator, and it's been exciting, really exciting, and we still have a little bit more of the team action to go in the last remaining 2 days. So,
sure. Do you have any update on who's left or how many where we're at in that tournament?
I think I will go and have a look now. Currently, I'm just keeping an eye on...
No problem. Sorry to put you on the spot. But...
Nah, that's fine. I'm just keeping an eye on the both women's and men's 9-ball. But yeah, a little update on the teams will never go amiss while we watch Max break off for the 5th frame of a race to 9, looking down a 4-0 lead.
Look out for the legality here. There goes the 2. He's okay. I believe you can see the 2. Kind of natural position, but he's going to have to manipulate the cue ball between the 4-6 coming up table. Oh, he might not be able to see it. Close.
Well, that would be unfortunate, Eric, as so far Max has broke and ran each time he's been at break, so this will be the first time we've seen a little tester for him, I guess, after the break. So this could be...
Yeah, pardon me. It looks like he's looking at short rail first here, or even to the point where he might push. Yeah, you can see from that camera angle, you can't see the pocketing angle here, so he's going to look at rail first. Nice shot.
Yeah, good cue ball, and there's kept the 6-ball in the way of the obvious pot if Jose were to go for it. So maybe looking to try and return the favour with a safer cue ball, and no better time than now to start making some moves and ask a few questions of Max.
Definitely 2 options here. You can try to line the cue ball up with the 4-9 or behind the 6. I think behind the 6 is kind of leading him into playing the 2 into the 9. But that won't hurt him too much because the 3 is blocking the side. Judgment call here from Jose.
Well, that looked full-blooded, Eric, as he was going for the double, I would dare to say. He's hit it at a pace which maybe has left the 2-ball in a difficult position. However, I think he went for the bank there, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a small, desperation maybe is the wrong word, but just kind of looking to get himself into the game and went for something offensive there. Did leave Max a tough shot here.
Yeah, Max just taking his time here. I don't think he can do too much with the cue ball where it is, so probably is having a little look at if that 8-ball is going to come into play.
Yeah, I think play the cue ball near where the 2 is now. Issue with that is that the cue ball will be coming around 3 rails towards the 4, and the 9 is blocking the most obvious pocket for the 4 if he does play that route.
Wow. He screwed back off that, Eric. That was a very impressive shot, and I think he's been fortunate here not to come up with the 4-ball in the way, so that was an aggressive shot in a tough position.
No kidding, I guess just kind of as we were talking. Yeah, great shot.
Oh. Was that a sign of brimming with confidence, screwing back so heavily into the 9? He's really left himself in a good position here as well.
Yeah, a little bit indicative of the score line, being a little more aggressive because he knows he's 4 games ahead. And again, with the alternate break format, maybe can be afforded a couple mistakes. So playing a couple aggressive shots here, and it's worked out perfectly for Max.
And Max will be very pleased to have, after not coming out so fortunate from his break, still getting back to the table and taking this, or at least looking in good opportunity to take this rack, but a little tilt of the head. He's going to have to do a little bit more work with the cue ball here. I think he's come up a bit short on that 8 ball.
Yeah, 3 rails around. 9 ball's comfortable enough for position, but exactly right. He would be just kind of more comfortable with the layup position here. Gonna have to move the cue ball a little bit.
Got a lovely bit of drag off the Simonis cloth there. We would call that back home a banana shot.
That's right. Cue ball bending a little bit.
Well, I have to say, Eric, this is looking rather ominous, and while we just wait for Jose to rack them, I wanted to just jump in with some team updates. Thank you very much for the question, and just to let you know that the quarterfinals of the team event will begin early tomorrow, and I hope that we'll be bringing some of them streamed for you. But just to let you know the highlights of who's remaining in the quarterfinals, we have Team Poland against Team Norway. We have the Portuguese playing against the Germans. We have Slovakia against Austria. And we have Ukraine against España. So, a lot of good matchups there. And the format there is singles, 8, 9 and 10. So each player in the team has a chance. And they pick their 8, 9 or 10 as we watch Jose break. A few more have gone behind the head string, but he's gone back to his chair.
Yeah, sorry. I kind of put Poland as an on-paper favorite before that tournament started. Imagine Daniel Maciel is not even on the team. That's how strong that team is. Wojciech Szewczak, Konrad Shishin, and Mieszko Fortunski representing Poland in this year. But,
Absolutely,
I mean, you got 10 world-class players from Poland, and when I saw their team lineup, I was like, yeah, it's gonna be tough to beat that team, and they're still in the tournament. 8 left.
Yeah, and each in their individual rights have been going very deep in the different disciplines this week, and Max just pushed out there.
Yeah, looks like he has the slimmest right edge of the 1 here. The 1 can play behind the 6-9, possibly cue ball behind the 2.
Well, we are having an enjoyable break from the break and runs. It gives us a little bit more to think about, and always the chance for the twist and turn, which Jose really needs. But Max has played that with a deft touch, and is really playing tight pool today and giving Jose not much of a look in. And take nothing away from Jose, he's a great player, but when you don't get any opportunity, let alone a good opportunity, it's really difficult to get your teeth back into the game when it's alternate break, Eric.
Yeah, well, that's a great call. I mean, he's stuck 5-0 now, but can you really point out a big mistake that he's made? Not really, and this is what world-class players can do if things go their way, kind of off their break. You know, illegal break from Delgado in the early parts and not making a ball on a second break. This is what can happen.
Well, that looks tight, Eric, but from this camera angle.
It has room.
Yeah. He elected to play the safe there, Eric, and keep turning the screw, and where that 6 is sitting, that might hinder his 2-cushion escape, but maybe not. There's a little bit of a gap. Still, he's not really giving him much at all.
Yeah, maintaining advantage in this rack. 2 rails, possibly hitting the top side of the 1.
Ooh, that's come out lovely, has it?
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, that was a very nice 2-cushion escape, and the cue ball has tracked behind the 7, and it's given Max a tricky escape here.
Yeah, going to be some moving, some tactical play in this rack. Both players going to look to get below the 2 and get an angle towards the 3.
Wow. Well, a little tap from Max there. I don't think he expected to get such a good cue ball, but the 1 ball nearly went in. So this is a tester, but could reward. Oh, was a tough shot, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to add some right spin into the play. Kind of judging the bend of the cue ball over 9 feet, always tough. So Max here with the first offensive chance in this rack.
What do you think about the 3-5 there, Eric? Do you think he's going to need to get very accurate on the 2, or is he going to go no, I don't think he can go for it here, can he? No. Has it come far enough?
Not quite.
Looks to be eyeing up the bank shot, maybe?
Possibly. I mean, he's on such little angle going to the right that he has to consider that.
Well, he has been making it look quite simple, but this could be a little highlight shot for us all. But this is a tricky shot, and the 5 ball will be moving. A little bit more difficult to judge the cue ball.
Yeah, tough one. So first half mistake from Max there.
Yeah, that's not a bad place to be, to have us calling out his first mistake whilst he's sitting at 5-0 up, but it is a good point to make, Eric.
Cue ball's safe of going in the corner pocket here, so Jose can just play high on the cue ball and come around 2 rails. But again, as you've been saying, after you've been sitting for this long, your offensive game is kind of out of gear. And that's what's happened there.
It just increased the weight of getting into your flow. And it is never nice. However, the alternate break has, or does rather, give him a chance to get out of the chair and get control of at least that rack. But he must be thinking he's not getting many rolls of the ball, and Max is amplifying that by putting him in safe positions, and you really have to be impressed with the way that Max has approached this.
Yeah, cue ball's running into the 6 here, so he's thinking about how he can manage the angle of the cue ball coming off the 6. If he gets over to the right side of the table, positive things can happen.
I just wanted to point out to you, Eric, in relation to you making the comment about Team Poland, they still have 5 players in this last 32. So if you were a betting man, there is a very good chance we will be seeing Poland, or rather the Polish players, get through to these latter stages. And if I get any updates on the scores from our other 27 tables around the arena, I will bring them to you. while we watch Max bring the cue ball around 3 cushions for the 7, and these are all warning signs for Jose, I'm afraid, Eric, and you can't take anything away from Max here.
Yeah, looking to extend the lead to 6 games between them, and again with the alternate break and being a favorite to put in some break-in runs in those last 3 games. Max looking like a big favorite here, but really, as expected, you know, a world-class performance from Max, and that's been the difference in the match. But yeah, Poland really coming into being one of the strongest countries in the world. I mean, you know, strong national program, developing good players, kind of really coming from nowhere. I mean, the original players were Radislav Babica and maybe a couple others, but as the years went on, you know, they developed players properly, and it's showing up not only in the European Championships this year, as you were saying, but also on the international scene.
Yeah, and I have to say, in addition to that, while Max extends his lead, I've had the pleasure of meeting many of the Polish players at other tournaments in and around Europe, and they are fun off the table. They know how to enjoy themselves, they're not afraid to get involved, and they're always a joy to be around. And they back it up with some serious pool as well. But to be fair, when you're that good, well, the quality that you find them players, if they find themselves with their only practice partners as each other, they can only get better and better, to be fair.
Yeah, and you can see them at the international tournaments too. They come out and support each other at each match, and I really feel like it's a team unit. You know, I know what you're saying. I haven't been around them personally as much, but times when I've seen them at tournaments and they're kind of going out to lunch together, that type of thing, you know, it all plays a part in the overall result. And, yeah, they've built a great program over there.
Well, a little scrappy break there from Max, and I'm wondering if we're just starting to see a little chink in the armour as we move into the latter stages. I've noticed that's probably the first time we've had a really difficult cluster down there. However, I'm sure the 6 would pass that 9 if he were to get that side of it. So Jose's at the table in a very rare instance and has shape on the 1. Maybe time to let that arm flow, Eric.
Yeah, first real solid offensive chance here, 7 games in. We'll see how Delgado can manage this. Keyball's kind of playing into the right, top right here, but there is room between the 5 and the rail.
Yeah, I have to agree, this is a solid chance, but he's just looking down at that 6-7 combo there, and from that great camera angle, thank you production guys, you can see they're locked. So either he needs to be extremely particular, or maybe he's going to have to get into them at some point.
Yeah, I don't mind playing some angle on the 5 and getting up the right side of the table. Kind of playing the 6 into the same pocket as the 3. I mean, you can really be on either side of the 5 here. I think he'll could actually favor the short side the way the cue ball is laying on the 4. Looking like he's going to go back to the long side. Just doesn't want to land straight on the 5. Enough angle here.
I think you got a nice little kiss there, Eric. Maybe he's starting to feel things are swinging a little bit more his way, and I don't think he's straight. Is he, Eric? I'm not too sure.
Enough angle to develop something. I mean, straighter than he'd like. But he is having a look at where he wants to be on the 6 going up table here.
Well, I have to admit, Eric, as a player who does not play anywhere near the levels of these guys, I would always be worried about where my cue ball is going here.
Yeah. I think it can beat the scratch by just call it a cue ball to the left of the corner pocket. Second issue here is the speed because of the thinness. Oh, he's going to draw it.
I'm just wondering if Max cannot see that. He's going to go airborne here, and we'll, for the first time in this race to 9, we'll see one of the players get their jump stick out, and these guys can sometimes make it look as easy with the jump stick as they do with the regular stick, so it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, if he gets a little draw into the cue ball, there's some room over by the left long rail, and the shot actually could go to the middle. The cue ball would be a little looser in that case.
Eric, it looked like he jumped the cue ball, didn't settle before the object ball, and just hopped over the edge. He clearly was looking to cut that in, and I think if we get to watch this live stream back in the future, we may see that cue ball was on the right line, but it just hopped over the object ball, and it's a bit different when he's 6-0 up, but in some of our matches, as we've seen over the last few weeks, they can be the little things that can swing a match. However, as much as Jose's looking to start getting some numbers on the board, Max will not let that worry him too much.
Yeah, I'm just going to step out for a second here. I'm just a little bit behind the live feed. I'll let you know when I'm back.
No problem, Eric. No problem, Eric. And I will just, while you do step out and Jose puts his first rack on the board, I just wanted to give you a couple of updates with regards to the other matches going on. We have Mario Hay is playing against Michael Schneider, and Michael Schneider is up 6-3. We have one of the locals, Mark Maggi, against, as we alluded to, one of the Polish players, Wojciech Szewczek, and that's looking very close at 6-5 to Szewczek. But I can tell you now, Mark Maggi has been delivering some great performances this week. And just another highlight before we return to the match. Oh, it does look like Max has taken a break, so I'll just steal a few more latest results, or rather scores, out to you. We have the current straight champion, Tobias Bongers. He's 5-3 up against the second Spaniard in the last 32, Ika Andoni Echeverria, and Daniel Maciel is currently 5-2 down to Milos Milankovic, and we already have a result in, and for our Dutch viewers at home, they'll be rather happy with this one. This is Ivo Arts, and he's gone through very quickly with a 9-1 win over Daddy Gudmundsson, so he will be very happy with that. Maybe he had a lunch appointment. However, we look out into the stadium and we catch on our other TV table the Battle of the Finns, and I can tell you here that that is between Petri Mäkinen and Kasper Matikainen, and Petri is just in the lead at 5-4, and it looks like he's racking to break. So that one's a very close one, and I've been very impressed with both their performances throughout the tournament. When we get opportunity to, we will have a little look in the chat room to see if there are any questions coming in. But if you're enjoying our match today, and if you've been enjoying the streams, the live streams being brought to you by Pro Billiard TV, please do like, subscribe and share. And just to let you know that tomorrow is also a big day for us, with the finals coming to a conclusion, and with regards to the 9-ball today, we will be able to bring you matches through to the quarterfinals. And tomorrow afternoon, we will have the semi-finals and the finals of the men's, the women's 9-ball, and I believe the under-23s and wheelchairs too. So it's going to be a busy last few days for us here at the Predator European Pool Championships. And I hope you've been enjoying it so far. Here we find the men's 9-ball last 32. Maximilian Lechner from Austria is playing Spain's Jose Alberto Delgado, and Max finds himself with a 6-1 advantage. And Max just taking his second break, and it sounds to me like we may even have Eric back in the room.
I'm back in the room, but I'm just a few seconds behind, so I apologize to anyone if my comments are a little off timing, but I'm here with you. Yeah.
Does that mean you're going to give me the rare opportunity of being able to get in there first?
Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah.
Well, Max looks like he's just come back from his timeout, and it is Jose's break, and he's got one back on the board, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, a capable player, probably going to give him the number 3 player from Spain here. Let's see how the break goes. Again, dry, and again would have been illegal. I mean, not including the corner ball if it went down. But he's kind of having just a little look over as, what can I do on the break here? He actually has made one.
Yeah, maybe he did put a ball there.
See that ball going? Yeah, didn't even see that ball going down. But he has made one, so he'll stay at the table here.
He still does seem to be dicing with death with that break, though, and I mean, we're in the last 32. You'd expect that he would have either been breaking harder by now, or maybe he finds that's just his sweet spot. But I can't help but feel that if it does go wrong, when you're playing the likes of Max and the other players around here, they will take advantage of that. So Max finds himself back at the table. He's got the opportunity here from the push shot to give it back to Jose or to take this on, and he's giving it a really close look, so maybe there is the slightest of edges.
Yeah, smart push by Jose there, kind of leaving Max with a decision. Really a question of how much you can see of the 1. If he can't see any of it, he'll be looking at playing the cue ball behind the 3.
Well, he's giving it back to Jose, and he's now left with the position he put himself in. So may have had something in mind. It looks like he might be coming off the cushion back into it. I'm not too sure. Oh,
he's gonna. Good shot, just to over-swerve the cue ball a little bit. Looking to play the cue ball behind the 3 there. It was a smart 50-50 proposition from Jose. But
yeah,
again,
I thought it was good. Sorry, Eric. I thought it was good vision for him to look at being able to get enough of a bite on it to put the cue ball behind the 3. He was a bit unlucky there. And I think Max was looking to put the cue ball behind the 3 there and really stick Jose in some trouble. But this is a relatively simpler one to get out of, and I don't even think it's safe. I think the 1 has leaked out a little bit. Yeah. Oh, that's a tight gap. That's a very tight gap, sir. Ooh, Eric. He plays the double bank. Makes it. Great shape on the 2-ball and has created a great opportunity for himself. Ooh. It may be a little too late, but I don't want to say that now. This would be an ideal way to keep himself at the table. He has the 6-ball down by the 5-ball here, so he just wants to pick exactly where he wants to get shape on this 5. Giving it a good look. Let's see what he does here.
I think I'm back in time here, but I'm still lagging. I apologize, guys. So I'm just going to leave it up to you, Gath, for a few
No
shots.
problem at all, Eric. As wonderful as this technology is that enables us to not only bring you these Predator live streams free, we still have to depend upon this technology for us to remotely commentate these matches, and it can be frustrating, let me tell you. There have been a number of technical issues that have hit us, but to be fair, you wouldn't know it to be watching at home. Our production staff seem to be on it so quick, and in the main it works fantastic. And if you can't be there with them, this is about as good as it gets. The cue ball's run on just a little bit, but he's still looking good. And Jose's getting a good bit of table time, Eric.
Yeah, issue with this shot is the cue ball's kind of running into the corner pocket. It's going to have to play like a soft stun to kind of get to the short rail, I believe. Elevated. It's going level queuing. Just straight enough to hold it. Good shot from Jose.
Absolutely, and from 6-0, Eric, Jose has brought it back to 6-2, and starting to hotten up a bit. And if Max was thinking that he was going to run away with this, he's sorely mistaken. And with this alternate break format, it just asks a couple of questions. Max opened up with a couple of break and runs and was looking like he was never going to give a chance off his break forever and a day. However, the last couple, Jose's seen a chance, or at least has got to the table, so it will be interesting. And as we watch Max break, I just wanted to point out for you, Eric, as you brought up Team Poland as your favourites, there are 3 players currently already through to the last 16, and 2 of them are Polish, Micko Fortunski and Konrad Jezishin, so amazing. Well, that's more like it for Max, as he maybe left a tricky 4-5 combo, but this is a lot better than his previous attempts.
Yeah, looking offensive here for Lechner. Biggest issue is he's going to want a proper angle on the 3 to kind of get back towards that 4-5. The angle he's looking on right now is pretty positive. This was the other angle, but it's kind of playing into the 6-7. I like the first one he looked at.
Oh, he's threading it through the gap, Eric.
Good shot. Just enough angle going to the left here that he can draw to the right side of the 8. Gonna have to play the right side of the pocket.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a stretch on, so he's using his cue extension. Ooh. Clearly wanted to miss the 8 ball there. However, he may choose to carom off the 4 ball into the 5. Maybe what he's looking at here. But the 4 ball's going to be running back up the table, and a little bit of unsureness where the cue ball will go. Well, it went the other way around, Eric. The cue ball came up the table and the 4 stayed there, so he's still in shape.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I felt like it was kind of playing up the left side of the table there, but did play some right spin. Tough spot here for Max. He can play the cue ball twice between the 8-9. Possibly towards the 6 and the side, but I would favor the corner.
Yep. That's a good play, Eric. I'm wondering how straight he's fallen on it, and if that cue sitting on the cushion is going to present him with a little bit of difficulty. He's jacking up.
Yeah, cue ball just playing a little too much angle on the 7.
Well, this would really snuff out the fire that Jose was starting to light there. And this is exactly what he'd be looking for. Being a race to 9.
Yeah, nice shot there from Max. I mean, you know, these world-class players make those shots look easy, but we both know, you know, try and elevate the cue and pocket a ball into kind of a, you know, it was an open pocket there, but still, you're talking 4 feet from the object ball to the pocket and just, you know, play perfect position. It's not as easy as it looks.
And there we have it, Eric. Max stops Jose in his tracks and regains a 5-frame lead at 7-2, and all good signs for Max there. Looking over at the other table with our finish lineup, as I mentioned while you were just refreshing your feed there, Eric. It was close, and it's still just as close, with Kasper Matikainen still leading against his countryman by 7 racks to 6. So, and both of these TV tables bringing you exciting pool action today. And Max looking serious, wanting to be through this now. Jose hoping to have other ideas.
Corner ball finally going down for Jose. Legal break. He's right on the 2. So this is the recipe he was looking for from the beginning of the match. Doesn't look like the 3 might not pass the 7 in the most obvious, or pardon me, the 4 might not pass the 7 in the most obvious pocket, but there could be room. If there is, he'll be on a decent roadmap towards running this rack.
He's not had many of them, Eric. To be fair, he's not had many of them at all. He has taken his opportunities when he's rarely had them. But he'll be looking forward to having such a good chance off his own break.
Yeah, good camera angle there of the angle with the 4 passing the 7. You can see it's not a full pocket. And whenever a ball's that far from the pocket, it makes it extra tough to kind of judge like certain parts. Might just have the angle to get over on the right side of the table, but if anything, the cue ball's kind of going to the left, so he's in a bit of a predicament here. He's looking at the full pocket angle.
Well, he was coming back in the right direction. If anything, he's come up short if he wanted to put it in the corner pocket as we see it from this angle. And as you quite rightly pointed out, that 7 could be frustrating him playing it in the other corner pocket. So you can see him having a little mutter to himself. Maybe he's going to be forced into a safety here.
Yeah, particularly moving the cue ball how he has to. It's not simple cue ball movement here. So I think favoring safe could be a thing. Go ahead.
I have to say, Eric, that in this level, you really want to get the cue ball closer to that 7 because Max won't think twice about jumping this, and I'm sure Jose wouldn't in the same position. So not necessarily the best safety he could have played, I feel, from that position. Max is going to go airborne, Eric. Made the
Similar
jump.
type of shot. Yeah, similar type of shot here for Delgado. 4 ball kind of playing into the 9. Nothing really off the right edge here. Really has to kind of go all in with the cue ball behind the 7 here.
Ooh. Well, I didn't see that one coming, Eric. He's gone for the bank and he wants to keep at the table, and he's played a great shot here and finds himself relatively straight on the 6, which is probably
great
just how he wanted it.
I think that's kind of scoreline indicative. You know, if it was game number 1 in the set, might not take on such an aggressive shot, but knowing that he has to make up 5 games here, went for it and good shot.
And I feel, Eric, that Jose needed to get these chances and put this performance in earlier in this game, and I don't think Max will be too daunted with it being alternate break. However, for Jose, I feel this is good that he gets to show not only his fans and the viewers at home what he's capable of, but he's not out of it yet. 7-3.
Yeah, couple wayward rolls on the break. You can get back in quickly. I mean, if you're Jose, you have to think in your mind that you're going to break and run both your breaks, and really it only takes a mistake or something to go awry on the break for Lechner, and you can make up the deficit. Same as Max got ahead.
Well, Max will be looking to get 1 foot into the last 16 here by taking him to the hill. legal break. The one did not go in from the cut. And Max making a ball, but leaving himself stupid on the one ball, and he's already looking at jumping rather than pushing, so this is going to be aggressive stuff, Eric.
Yeah, this is one of the rolls that Delgado needed. So we'll see how what the result is here for Max. I mean, he's going to go offense. Definitely tough jump combo. At least the one is reasonably close to the two.
Great view of his bridge there, and makes the jump but not the combo. And you mentioned this is what Jose needed, and a little smile from Max, but I have to agree with you there, Eric. I think this is exactly what he needed, and his performance towards the end of the last rack coupled with this opportunity, and it starts to get a little interesting for us here in the commentating booth.
Sure. Open look here. Just taking note of the speed he hit that shot with, hitting it at the minimal speed, but while still hitting it aggressively. Making the pocket bigger, making any chance of any kind of twist in the cueing action less. These world-class players do that so well, and it's something to really note. Mid 20%.
Well, he's fallen lovely on this 3, and he will be looking to bring the cue ball down for the 4 ball here. And there's 2, maybe 3 options of how to do it.
Yeah, I like just following up the right side of the table here, keeping the position as natural as possible. Only negative with that is the 8 could kind of get in the way of the position. But I think maybe even 2 rails back, draw. 2 or 3 rails back with draw.
Yeah, he's played that with very nice pace to sit here on the 4. Coming off one cushion can always be a little tricky. The clearly passes the 9, so we'll look to come nicely up to the 7 here. One cushion, and Eric, you are on the money, sir. This is exactly what our Spaniard needs, and Max may be not used to sitting in his chair so much, but he might have to get used to it if Jose gets his way. So
yeah, gonna be Jose to break in rack number 12, so match developing here.
Exactly, sir. Yes, and as you alluded to, we'll be breaking our next rack. Jose Alberto Delgado brings the match back to 5-4, Eric, and as you said, it's livening up. This is what we like. Just wanted to note from our all-finish affair, there seems to be a result there, and Kasper Matikainen has bested Petri Mäkinen and makes it into the last 16, and Portugal can give a little cheer. João Grillo is through to the last 16 too, and Roberto Bato is through. Oh, and hot off the press, Sanjin Pelavanovic, who we've seen making great strides throughout all disciplines in this tournament, has made the last 16 too. It is livening up on the other tables as well, Eric, so this is great stuff. I do like a good bit of 9-ball. Fast and furious.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. 2 more rounds coming your way today for the viewers. So we're going to get down to the semifinals in the men's 9-ball and the women's 9-ball as well.
The 7's tracking. The 7's gone in. And it's a legal break, Eric.
Yeah, the only ball to go in. Not a likely ball, but the only one kind of saves him there. And he is on the 1. Pretty thin. See what kind of path he can develop towards the 2 here. It's too thin. He's going to have to play safe.
Yeah, he keeps putting his cue over behind the 3-ball there. I'm wondering if he can slide off the 1 and bring the cue ball off 2, maybe 3 rails behind the 3, but he's got to be deadly with that shot because I think the 1-ball might not go up far enough. Well, he certainly made sure of the 1-ball, but sadly the cue ball did not make the 3 and wasn't able to take advantage of his break there. Well, certainly not so far, Eric, and I felt like having a legal break and having at least a shot on the 1, you'd feel he would have wanted to have maybe done a bit better there.
Yeah, definitely had a chance to lock Max up solidly there. Just a little off the mark. Max with the same opportunity now. A little bit in between here. He'd like to look to play the cue ball behind the 8, but the 1 is kind of playing into the 4 in that case. If he played the cue ball into the 4, the 1's kind of playing into the 9. So not easy here for Max.
No, he's not going to get it his own way here. And Jose can see this 1. Can he stick the cue ball? I feel it would put Max in a tough spot if he can.
Yeah, tough roll there for Max catching the point.
Yeah, the 1 cushion escape, Eric, and that 3-ball is very threatening. He may, if he plays this safe, Eric, come out also with a safety, so it'd be interesting how hard he hits this. That was close. We had the referee for that.
Yeah, legal hit, but great try. I mean, Max hit it in the exact way he wanted. A lot of the time, if you hit that part of the 1, you are going to make the 3. Bit of a tough spot there for Max. Both players having a little conversation about how close the shot was, but I think it was good. Jose can play the cue ball behind the 3 here. He's having a look at the cut angle. A shot. How's the cue ball going to end up? It's okay.
Yeah, the cue ball just clipped the 3-ball there, Eric, and was run down into a slightly more uncomfortable position for Jose, but you feel he's got to attack this, and it doesn't look like he needs to do too much to remain on the 3. No, that was a tough shot, in fairness.
It was. At distance with the object ball from the pocket, too. Some of the toughest shots on the table, those. I think Max will be looking to play the cue ball behind the 4 here.
Yeah, very
there.
good pace. So, Max showing good respect there, though, and not looking for anything flamboyant, and keeping Jose in a tough position, which is what he needs to do. Jose's got a lovely contact with the cue ball on the 5 there, and looks like he's in trouble. Gonna have to go airborne here, Eric, and a few other balls.
Yeah, kind of a turning point spot in the match here. If he does leave a chance, Delgado will be within 2. Big swing if he actually makes the shot. The favorites go 4 ahead. He's got a little bit of a roll here.
He has indeed, and Jose may be forced into a jump himself. Just see him having a look at that. There are other escape routes. Well, he made the jump, Eric, but he's sold out in the corner pocket with the cue ball. It looked to me like he may have even jumped with his playing stick there, but our eagle-eyed viewers at home will probably be able to correct me on that if I was wrong. But yeah, unfortunate to sell out there, and Max with ball in hand.
Yeah, looking to get on the hill here, and just been plodding along since his 6-0 lead. But he'll be in good stead for the rest of the match now.
Just running through with a little bit of side to hop the cue ball out into the center of the table, and this is a A1 position.
Yeah, lots of room in the middle of the table here. Even if he has some angle going to the right off the 6, he'll still be okay.
Needs it to slow up a little, and it has perfectly. I don't think he was expecting it to run that long, but I'm sure he'll still take the result, Eric.
Yeah, I'll just have to catch up to you to comment, Gath. I'm sorry. Just 1 sec here.
Well, Max faced with the easiest of 9 balls for his first foot through the door, and Maximilian Lechner takes the hill early on in this race to 9. He leads by 8 frames to 4 against Jose Alberto Delgado, and I've just taken a little look at the other results coming in, and the last 16 is filling up nicely, and as you alluded to, we will be having the last 16 and the quarterfinals played here today, and I do believe that the next round should be on in about 40 minutes on these live stream tables. Just to let you know, we have Fabio Rizzi has made it through, Alexa Picelli, and Tobias Bongers has made it through too, so he seems to be having a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, I was taking a peek at the results over the weekend. He did well in the 8-ball division as well. Or Stefan Kasper won the 8-ball division, but he won the straight pool division.
Well, Max back in his chair after his break, Eric, and Jose will not be turning down this opportunity for sure.
Yeah, didn't make the corner ball that time. I think he hit it how he wanted and kind of, look a puzzlement on his face. One of his first breaks has kind of not gone his way, even though he hit it how he wanted. Now, whenever the 9's on the spot, they make it look easy when it goes good, but you're not talking about, having a template or a tap rack with the 1 on the spot. There still is a bit of variability in the results, as happened to Jose in the beginning of the set. I mean, we didn't really bring it up, but I think at the beginning of the set, he was just kind of catching the break a little thin. So it kind of led into that one illegal break and maybe the corner ball not reacting how it usually would. This is the most common break format, that we play in my area too. And we play with templates, not the tap rack, so it's even a little more consistent than a tap rack would be. But definitely like an element of difficulty when you're putting the 9 on the spot always.
Yeah, he's played that nice. And just tagging on from what you said there, you mentioned where you are. I did mention to the viewers on the introduction that this is the first match you and I have had the pleasure of commentating together on, and you have to excuse my ignorance, but where exactly are you? I know that you're somewhere over in the good US of A.
Oh, no, Ontario, Canada, actually. So kind of mid-eastern Canada.
My apologies.
No
Well, I'm coming from a rather warm and sunny, unusually warm and sunny, springtime Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. And
okay. Well, we're on no snow here in Canada as of this time, but we're not really, in no jacket weather yet.
No, I understand. It just is incredible how it sounds like and feels like you're sat right next to me, being so far away.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just apologize once again for the delay, and apologize if my comments are off timing. But we'll figure it out by next round.
He's just finished a little bit straight. He can either hit it hard to punch, or I think he's going to run through. And he has played that nice, Eric, and he's not out of it yet. He's got a nice 9 to bring the score back to 8-5. Now Max is on the hill with this race to 9, but Jose turning another one against the break, Eric, and you never know, there could be a twist yet.
Yeah, I mean, it was really the beginning of the match here for Max when he pulled away, but you can see Jose's class. I mean, definitely capable when he gets the chances. And
Well,
it
he
would
will
be
be
Jose to break in rack number 14, so
He
bit
will
of a
be
chance to
looking
get closer here.
Yeah, definitely a chance to look to get closer. And you mentioned about Jose earlier on making it a little bit thin, and his break is quite soft, and you're going to lose a bit of power when you contact the balls thin. So I wonder if he listened to you at all, Eric. We'll find out now.
Huh.
Well, it's a legal break by the looks of it, and that 8-ball has slipped in the side pocket. I just think he is out of position on the 1-ball, Eric. It is looking tight if there is a gap. Maybe he can jump over the edge. I'm not too sure here. We're going to have to watch what he does here, Eric, but a tricky opener for him off Jose's break.
Yeah, going to the jump cue. I mean, reasonable position. Nice shot.
Yeah.
Long one now for Delgado. Match kind of riding on the shot.
He made a little smile as if he knew it. It's like, well, of course it was going to be a long just off straight 2-ball to keep this run going.
Right.
So a little bit of levity, Eric. Great.
And it's actually really straight where he's going to have to power up to create any angle going to the right. Go time here for Delgado.
And jacking it up isn't going to make it any easier, Eric, and it might be just useful to point out these matches are being played under a shot clock here, and they each have one extension per player per rack, so you may hear them calling out their extension to the referee. What a great shot, Eric. That is positive looking stuff, and for Jose, that is a real confidence booster at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and really, as we were saying, match on the line, came with the goods here. Pretty straightforward out from here.
He is looking like he's getting a little spring in his step. Maybe he's starting to believe.
Yeah, good position for the last 5 balls now.
Yep. Doesn't want to be careless here. Really important point in our match here, and taking a little bit extra time, care and attention, and he's rolled that lovely round the angles, Eric, and this is good stuff from Jose.
Yeah, Max will have 2 breaks of the last 3 to kind of lock Jose out of any kind of winning position here. But he's done well to come back. I mean, let's not forget, he was down 6-0 at one point.
Right, and Max, when he was sitting at 6-0 in front, was probably thinking he was going to be going off to an early lunch. However, Jose has other ideas about that and finds himself just trailing now by 8 frames to 6. However, Eric, it's alternate break. Mad Max is on the hill. With the 2-ball in hand, looking to break. So, hold on to your hat now, Eric. Let's see what Max can do.
Corner ball and 1 ball down.
Yep. A little look to the side from Delgado with that 2-ball and 3-ball tracing down with the cue ball. This has left Max with, well, not a certain opportunity, but he will be widening his eyes at the prospect if this too makes it into the center bag, Eric.
Yeah, he's just looking at the angle that the cue ball is going to come off the 2. Slight elevation.
Wow, he hit that with such authority, and especially into these Predator arc center pockets. They are very tight, and even though he hit it very hard, he's on the cushion for this 3, so a little bit more difficult cueing.
Yeah, had to be targeted perfectly there, and he did well. Really open table here. He's going to have to leave himself some distance on the 5.
Yeah, he's threaded that back up towards the center of the table nicely, and this is looking very good for Max here.
Extension.
Looks like he's made that perfect, Eric. How do you fancy this for your winning?
Yeah, he's looking good here. Strong performance from Max, taking advantage of a couple, small mishaps for Delgado at the beginning of the match, but really less than 3 mistakes overall and a world-class performance. And he'll be moving on to the final 16.
That was good stuff, Eric, and you mentioned the last 16. Just to let you viewers know at home, we will be bringing you the last 16 of the 9-ball event on our live stream, so please do stay tuned. We'll be bringing them to you in the next 30 minutes. I've been Gethin Davis, and I would just like to extend a deep thank you to Eric Hallefson. It's been a pleasure working you in the booth today, sir, and I look forward to doing it again.
You as well. We'll look forward to the next rounds, and we'll look forward to some, latter stages of the tournament here.
Can't wait. Thank you, Eric.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
think about it, like, I know John Lehman used to do that, like, why do you do that? Well, you don't have any guts. If you go slow, it's gonna roll, right?
Welcome back everybody to the Predator Epbf European Pool Championships. This is day 10. We have reached the last 16 players in the European 9-ball championships. And what a fantastic match I'm expecting here between a very informed Sanjin Pelivanovic, has been playing a lot of pool lately. He's up against Roman Hibler, a man who has an enormous grind within himself, so I do expect this to be a true battle, possibly to go all the way. So yeah, definitely a great match coming up. In the commentary booth for this match, this is Tim de Ruyter, but I will be joined very soon by my good friend Arya Sorabi. Not really sure if he's in there yet, but I'm quite sure he will show up at some point. Let's just take off here and see what Sanjin does on the break.
Hello everyone, thanks Tim for the intro. I hope everyone can hear me clear enough so that we can guide you through this match.
Well, seems to be working. Glad to have you here, man. So, let's see. Has made a ball on the break. We are playing 9-ball. The 9 is racked on the spot. A 3-point rule is in effect, so that means you have to either get 3 balls past the kitchen line or a combination of making a ball in the pocket and crossing the line. So 1 ball in means you have to get 2 balls in the kitchen. Did do that, just not a lot of future on this 1 ball.
I wanted to ask you this, Tim. You being a very good pool player, a professional pool player yourself, you've undoubtedly played both of these players on several occasions. What can you tell about their style of play, starting off with Roman at the table?
Well, I have to say Roman is definitely a type himself, a special type, because like I mentioned, this man has no give up, a lot of grind. He can go real deep, and we will probably see him go real deep. Like, he will fight his heart out. A little bit different from Sanjin, who does have a similar kind of grind, but whenever he settles down, starts to pace up a little bit. And with Roman, I would say 90% of the time he plays that same grindy pace, and there's quite some players that have troubles playing against him.
So you would say it sounds like he's very tactical also in his approach.
Yeah, just very tactical, methodical. He really thinks everything through. He's not scared about, like, he's not gonna run into any stamina problems. You know, he takes care of himself. So yeah, the only difference within this match maybe for both of them is that we do have a shot clock. And well, that is going to favor the one that gets in stroke the quickest of the two, I would assume.
Yeah, fair point. It's always interesting to see, like you just mentioned, you know, the methodical players, if the shot clocks actually helps them, because sometimes we've seen over the years, right, when you have normally a more slower player that actually plays freer and better because they don't have the time to overthink everything. So that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, we do have 60 seconds after the break and 35 seconds per shot, and also 1 extension per rack, 25 seconds. So basically you could have a minute on a ball once in the rack, which should be plenty, but you never know what comes across in a game of 9-ball. Let's see here, does have a good chance. Actually made a couple really tough shots in the beginning. Not sure if you were there yet, but quite sure we will see plenty more. This 8, probably low left spin to play the 9 in the right center to open his account. Roman Hibler, originally from Czech Republic, is residing in Germany, plays many tournaments.
Yeah, he's a familiar name and player for me, so I can attest to what you've just said there.
A little bit interesting to see that he's played for the 9 in the corner, possibly because there was awkward queuing, but a little bit of a tester.
Pass the test.
Yeah, great shot there on the 9. Opens Roman's account there. And will be breaking, so possibly a big lead coming up. Could be finding rhythm too. More table time. Still many things that could happen. It's a race to 9. Haven't really...
Sorry,
go ahead.
I had the pleasure to do some commentating on Sanjin's previous match with our esteemed colleague Mark White, and I picked up that he's using the side-right queuing method. Is that something you can confirm, Tim?
On Sanjin?
Yes. He's very meticulous when he actually when he's on his pre-shot routine.
Well, it's not like I know that he has been going to a side-right coach or anything. The only thing I do see, because we have a lot of tournaments with 4-inch pockets lately, is that a lot of pros out there are checking to see how they can increase their shot making, so they're long putting on tighter equipment especially. So I wouldn't be surprised if they started to spend a little money on trying to get more stable within that department.
Yeah, makes sense.
So ball in for Hibler. Had plenty of action crossing the kitchen line. Just this one ball, if he gets near... Ooh, that just slid in. Near the 2. And then probably the shape from 4 to 5 as a key shot, right?
Yes, absolutely. The 6 is a bit of a hindrance for the 5. And also the 8, obviously. So very important that he leaves himself a comfortable angle to solve the puzzle. What would you decide, a high angle on the 4 or actually a bit level?
Well, I would probably play this 2 with a little inside and get to the short rail to where I can either go 3 rails around the 5 to get on the 5 ball, or maybe just drop underneath for a 5 in the left center or top left corner. He has chosen to be on the other side and will have to cross a little bit through his positional area on the left, I would say.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, I was about to say this is where the diamonds come in handy. When the path he left himself, I would say, you're aiming to go towards the first diamond past the middle pocket, which he's successfully done. It's not completely perfect, but it's comfortable enough for him to continue this run. A little bit further would have been almost a guarantee. Here you can see it's right in the middle of the middle pocket and the first diamond after. So if it was, say 2 inches further, this would have been a lot easier.
Oh, I think he was trying to find the bump on the 8 there, Arya, and now facing this is a tough shot. I might even consider not shooting this. Does it go well?
Lost the cue ball. I think he can. I mean, it's not the easiest shot in the world, but he can drop it in top left. Try to hold it for the 7 in the middle, but it's a very, very slick shot. And he's missed it.
Yeah, I
He
think
can only blame
he was-
himself, you know.
Yeah, but he was trying to hold the cue ball for that side pocket, I feel, as well. That's why he's missed it on the fat side, on the thick side.
But this cutback isn't a guarantee either. He might even go for the bank shot if he feels that the cut is not really a comfortable pot there.
Well, bank shot it is. What a beautiful shot for Sanjin. He's got the shape. Nice shot there.
Has to decide whether he wants to play a delicate little soft screw or go on and off the long rail. That way he can, you know, attack the cue ball up with more authority. No, he's left it. Or has he fluked it? Has he fluked it? Oh, oh my god. Yeah, well, he's shaking his head because he knows he got away with that one. And this last two balls shouldn't cause too much of a problem for Sanjin here. Total relief. We've all been there, Tim. It's sometimes it's nice to have the run of the balls on your side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he was trying to make that ball in the corner, so like he was trying to make it clean. So there's really not so much he can do about the little bit of luck he had. Somewhere on the inside he's kind of happy to see that ball go, obviously, because he's also trying to win the match. He has tied up the score 1 each. Now, in between the matches, I'm going to try and pick the interesting results out in the last 16. One of the interesting results we've had in the last 32 was Michael Schneider beating Mario He. So that was obviously a great result for the Switzerland. Well, I would say Switzerland's pride. At the moment, probably the best player out there for Switzerland. He's now playing Wojciech Cevcik and already down 4-0. More results will be shared throughout this match, but let's focus on this one clearly. Sanjin will be breaking in this third rack.
Yeah, you could see his cue ball drifted slightly lower than the second diamond, which indicates he's not hit the one as full as he probably would have liked. Hence he's lost his cue ball a little bit. And also, you know, the opening pot on the one is going to prove to be, you know, actually a key shot here. If he can manage to pot the one and leave himself on the two, the layout looks quite inviting. What did you say, Tim?
Well, I do think this one is indeed a little bit of a tester. I might have to go 2 rails and run into the 5. I don't think just dropping in the 1 ball will be nice enough, as the 2 ball to the pink 4 could be trouble as well.
Missed it. He did call the positional shot correct, but he unfortunately failed to pot the 1, and I think he's got cover. Yeah, he has. So that's a bit of a reprieve, yeah, as far as Sanjin is concerned.
Yeah, probably not so much. I mean, in the end, like I said.
Oh, he's hit the 5. Look at this. Yeah, and he's also kind of solved the 5 that was in the path of the 2, wasn't it? And now all of a sudden playing position with ball in hand on 2 becomes vastly more easier than before it was. Like you said, yeah, exactly. Somewhere like that where you can just draw it back for the 4 would be better than if you leave yourself too much angle on the 2.
Yeah, and the only thing that has changed maybe a little tougher is that you have to do some traveling from the 4 to the bottom to get on the 5, but as long as you're a little bit straighter on the 4, I don't think it doesn't matter. You don't want to give yourself extreme angle. You don't want to be straight on the 4, but anything in between that will prove to work. So really surprised foul actually from Hiebler, and look at this.
What about this one? I mean, anywhere from there, I can't even understand why the cue ball has gone drift to the left side or to the right side where he was aiming. Surely he must have felt that there's no way he could leave himself hampered by the 8.
He's missed the 4.
Yeah, this is completely self-inflicted. Look, the position was poor, let's be honest. So you started off by giving us some background information about Roman Hiebler. What about Sanjin? What can you tell about him? I'm sure you've played him maybe through the juniors as well.
Well, I have to say we've always been just that age category difference to where we haven't played in the junior divisions. We have played in like the Euro Tour and stuff. He, like I said, does have a big grind. Like he also likes to just stick with the shot routine, stick with the same shot per shot, checking the angle stuff, but is more likely to play quicker whenever he starts feeling the table. We haven't seen that yet because obviously he hasn't had the best start in this match either. He's a former world junior champion, and also he's been really climbing the rankings, I would say, in many divisions. He's also a runner-up in the World 8-Ball Championship, so definitely has been knocking on the door for a while, and yeah, still climbing all the rankings, so he's still improving.
And he's of course very young in his pool career. He's nowhere near his peak, you know, and so sounds like a lot of great things waiting for him if he keeps up the trajectory he's had so far, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Just surprised I would always like to be so much closer to the 8, wouldn't you? Like, if you leave yourself a wrong angle on the 8 to go to the 9, you have to land so nice. He has done that, but I probably would have played a little different shape on the 8. Still plumb on the 9, so we're gonna see Roman taking the lead. Little bit of a scrappy start for both. No breaker runs, safety game all over, weird shapes.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Ultimately, I don't know about you, but me personally, I always thought, you know, obviously winning your racks, doing the business, not missing helps, but what if there was one thing I could put my finger on, I say, well, that was that indication that I was starting to find the groove, get into the rhythm, is when the cue ball was absolutely on a piece of string. Every time you can, you know, completely dictate with pinpoint accuracy when it comes to your positional play, it's you know, it's something that gives you a lot of confidence, knowing that, okay, I've got the table, I've got the speed, I've got the, you know, the cushions in my armor now, and then yeah, from that point onwards, it's always going to be a much easier approach, a much more relaxed approach.
Yeah, I completely agree that it's just so much more confidence, and as you could see, Sanjin got a little bit off on a couple balls, just slightly off angle, and then now he's only queuing over another ball, and that's where the misses are coming from. It's not because he doesn't have the technique to make any shot on the table, just too many tough shots in a row.
Yeah, correct.
So
can you see it? Can you see the putting angle? It's tough to tell from here.
yeah, I don't think so. No, will have to go rail first. The good news for him, if he drops in rail first the 1 ball, can shoot the 2 to the bottom right. I'm mainly more worried about that 5 ball though.
Yeah, that's going to be another problem he's got to solve some way if he wants to clear the table in this visit. Already he needs to decide whether it's worth taking on the bank or try to lay a good snooker where he can, probably, if possible, force an error from Sanjin.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't mind going for the bank here. Pretty high percentage, but you're not really going to give yourself too much of a position to shoot the 4 and get shape on the 5, and he's also missed the bank.
Yeah, I thought to myself, maybe, although I know for a lot of pool players and Q sports players in general, it's always hard to like let a putting chance go, but sometimes you just gotta take your medicine and just look at the table and go, look, am I really doing myself any favors by pushing the boat out, or should I just accept what the table has given me, which is in this case not a very open table.
Do you think he should have maybe played safe on the 2 ball instead of going for that bank with the awkward shape?
Yeah, that's exactly one of the reasons I said what I just said is sometimes if you just look at the table and you go, sure, I know all these players, they're very good at, creating angles, manipulating the cue ball, but at some point, some of the layouts you just, I don't know, if you just think, okay, maybe it's actually better to bet on the fact that I'm trying to force an error rather than create something special.
Well, Sanjin played a decent shot on the 2, got the wrong bump on the 4, pushed the 4 to the short roll, tried to stick the cue ball with the 5-6, didn't really succeed in any way. And now the same thing for Roman. I mean, he's played a good shot on the 4, but still awkward cut on this 5 ball. Won't scratch though, that's the good news.
Yeah, that was a very good shot. You were correct with the angle. It still had to make the 5. It was far from easy, but he made it look easy. So, actually, let's give himself a great opportunity to double his. Oh wow! I was about to say double his lead. He's not only he's missed the 6, he's actually left a gap for Sanjin to get through the putting angle. Oh, he will be gutted. He had such a great chance there. Look at this.
I could not, like, I'm trying sometimes to imagine how he really missed that ball, but it didn't really look like he played a punchy stroke or a weird spin on the ball. Like, mainly, maybe he was more focused on getting sweet on the 7, and this is also, that could have been wrong in so many ways, but he's landed all right. As you can see, they're both clearly, maybe there's some tension between the 2 of them. I mean, maybe some Balkan tension, I wouldn't know, but clearly I've seen both of them play a lot better than what is happening right now.
Yeah, just to emphasize on what you're saying is neither of them have really settled completely. They've not, from what we've seen so far, it's not looking like either one of them are completely in the flow just yet. But nevertheless, it's going to be 2-all in this match that we are following.
Yeah, it is 2-all, and we might, like I said, we might be in for a very close encounter here between the 2 of them. We would like to see it go all the way, of course. That would be more airtime for us and we have more fun in the booth, so all good for us. But obviously either one of them is going to try and get some lead in at some point. Okay, we did have a little bit of a connection issue there. Hopefully everything is fine now. Arya Sorabi and Tim Dwight are in the booth. Only missed the break, so that's the good news. The only part of the story I was going to say is that Conrad Justitian and João Grillo, they're tied at 6 each in 28 minutes, which I find very fascinating. Not exactly sure if we have Arya yet here in the booth. Might have some connection struggles as well.
I'm back.
Ah, okay. So everything is working and we're back, and Sanjin is back as well. He's great on the 7. Low left spin, draw towards the 9. Did he hit it firm? He hit it a little firm.
In all fairness, he's a bit lucky because he's obviously overscrewed the cue ball there, but he's left himself a very doable 9 in the middle. If it would have landed, say, an inch earlier, that would have made the shot a lot harder than it is right now.
Yes, indeed. Still made the 9, but a little bit of a roll there. And that just shows me that they are just not feeling it yet. Just a stroke. I mean, it's not like they can't make a ball or something. It's just more like the speed of the cue ball. The cue ball's landing funny here and there. Just a slight struggle. 3-2, Perlivanovic. Chevchik now 7-0 up over Michael Schneider. Maximilian Lechner and Fabio Rizzi, 3 each. Kasper Matikainen, Mieszko Fortunski, 5-4 Kasper. And it looks like we do have a timeout in. Yes, Sanjin Perlivanovic took his break, trying to make a little difference. Now he's that 1 game ahead. Now we do have a nice score here for all the Dutch fans. Evil Arts currently battling with Daniel Maciol. Maciol up 4-3. But the last time they've played in this European Championships, it was Evil Arts who beat Maciol in the 10 ball. So the Pole looking to redeem himself there. Also Aydin Piknjac, also from Bosnia and Herzegovina, same country as Sanjin, is up 6-3 over Alexa Pecelje from Serbia. That could be some upset, I would say. And final but not at least, Tobias Bongers from Germany is having a great European Championships too. He's 5-2 up against Roberto Bartol from Croatia. Now, as you can see on the other table, Anna Gradisnik is currently battling with our new European Women's 10-ball champion, Ghaffari. So, good matches going on at the moment. Obviously, we will have a lot more action. Still the quarterfinal to come up right after this. Tomorrow, we will have our final day of this year's European Pool Championships. But don't be sad. On Thursday, we'll be back with another Euro Tour. This time, we'll play 8-ball. So we are just waiting for Pelivanovic to come back from his break. What do you think his purpose would be of taking the timeout just after 5 games, Arya? Do you have any ideas?
It's a good question. Honestly, for me, it's very hard to even guess, because I've never been the type of player to do something out of like a sportsmanship or gamesmanship, sorry. But maybe he just had to go to the toilet. And, you know, when duty calls, it duty calls. It doesn't matter what rack it is. Yeah, I think my best answer would be probably just a bathroom break. Nothing psychological, because there's so many mileage left in this match. So I can't really see why after just 5 racks you take a timeout, other than maybe, you know, you had to go to the toilet or maybe just clear your mind.
Well, it is Hebrew to break the balls in the 6th rack, making 2 balls on the break. Had some good cue ball control, just a little bump on the cue ball, and I would say if he can make the 2 and go back and forth 2 rails to get to the 4, this will be another quick rack. Very quick game.
Yeah, and it was also evident that this time around Roman did hit the one a bit fuller than the previous breakoffs. As I just said, that he's missed the 2. He has covered the 2, but I think this is a doable jump shot for Sanjin. It's not easy by any means, but these guys are so good in every department of the game, and I've seen so many top pros just like Sanjin make these type of jump shots. So I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it and runs out, but still needs to make this 2. There you go, lovely shot. And also the bump on the 8 helped.
Yes, excellent jump indeed. And like I said, it was only a matter of getting on the 4. Now the layout has become a little trickier, as the 8 is not as much available as it was before, and he still needs to work from 4 to 5, but I mean, that little bit of extra work is not gonna stop this young man. Perfect cue ball to get to the 5. Now, what do you have in mind to get from the 7 to the 8?
But you know what? When we had Roman playing similar, when he had an option, I'd rather leave myself high on the 7 and just go up and down and aim for the first diamond. I've just passed the middle pocket. That would be a nice spot. You can also go off 2 long rails. Maybe the Z shot is a bit easier to control. It's all about really aiming towards the first diamond after the middle pocket, the left middle pocket as we look at it. And he's gone more towards the second diamond.
Yeah, it looked a little bit wider, the angle he had on the 7. I was considering maybe to go 2 or 3 rails around the 8 just knowing that if I hit the third rail, I'm guaranteed on the 8 ball. A little bit lower on the 8 now. He's looking at bumping the 9. This could go wrong. Always tricky. Oh, and he's missed the 8.
Yeah, you've alluded to this. Neither of the players look completely in the zone just yet.
Yeah, I think there's a real first. He might even be able to cut the 8 in clean. Yeah, he has played it with inside spin though. Interesting choice, but nonetheless, I mean, he's on the 9. This 9 to tie the score 3 each. After Sanjin had the opportunity to finally break free and get some lead in.
Oh,
and he's missed the 9. I have played Roman more often than Sanjin, and I really don't think I've ever seen him play this standard. Let's say like this. He must be struggling with the shot clock. He must feel out of rhythm because he's out of sorts here, Arya. I mean,
well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to understand. You know, the 9 he's missed there. You can let any participant take that shot 100 times, and likely you're gonna see it being missed more than 2 times, if even. It's insane how sometimes you can miss the easiest balls of ever presented to you. But nonetheless, Sanjin doubles his lead, 4-2. Looks like Roman has taken a short break just to recompose himself. Not a bad idea actually, Tim.
No, for sure. I mean, he definitely needs to step it up. I understand. Listen, this is not the first match of the day either. They have already played 2 matches. Let's say the last match took a little longer, not so much of a break, and rushed into this match. Everything is possible, but this little break he's taking is very, very needed, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I was just going over the scores again because in the meantime we are starting to find out who we are going to in the quarterfinals of this year European 9-ball championships. There's still so many good players in this field. Wojciech Cevcik up 7-1 over Michael Snyder. Tobias Bonger is now tied at 5 with Roberto Bartol, so that could be a close match. Ivo Aerts, the Dutchman, trailing 5-3 to Polish Daniel Masio. Konrad Justitian, again, he's now up 8-6 over João Grillo after 39 minutes of play. Every match, it's crazy how fast things are going. Mieszko Fortunski and Kasper Matikainen tied at 5. Kasper, who beat Petri Makko earlier on the stream table, 9-6, so that's a tight match. And especially if you look at Mieszko Fortunski, he has beaten Felix Vogel, the young German sensation, 9-0 in the last 32. So that will prove to be a tight match as well. Won't be.
Just
go ahead.
To clarify for some of our viewers, if they're not completely familiar with some of the rules on these Euro Tours and European Championships. So when your opponent takes a timeout, he gets 5 or 6 minutes, right?
5, yes.
5 minutes. So when you're the guy who taken a timeout, your opponent isn't actually officially allowed to leave the table. Is that correct?
He's not even allowed to leave the chair.
There you go.
Yeah, so like you can see at some leagues and especially in the US, I've seen it quite often to where now Sanjin could have been going to the table, hitting balls, slamming balls, get fired up. that basically is against the rules. It's WPA rules, you know. So yeah, you just gotta wait 5 minutes till your opponent is back, and then you finally can continue. Of course, he could have wrecked the balls already, but yeah, that must be preference, or anyway, I don't know. But Roman back. We won't have any more timeouts left this match, so we will have to go all the way to the end. And I think Arya, Sorabi and me are ready to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you've alluded to this, and you're completely right there. None of these players have really picked up, like, you know, start to show a bit of rhythm and, you know, flow. So although he's not played his best game so far, Sanjin, this could be an important phase of the match where he can maybe start to pick up some steam. And where's the cue ball going?
Oh, well, I mean, this really fits the match too. Like, what were we expecting? Him to make 3 balls, park the cue ball in the center of the table, and just tap a run out?
No, and in all honesty, again, he didn't really hit the cue ball as full as he would have liked to. I specifically recall the cue ball got underneath the second diamond, which indicates he's not hit the one full enough. Hence, he's lost his cue ball completely. And there's an argument to say he can actually consider himself a little bit lucky. If the 4 wouldn't have been there, odds were the cue ball would have dropped in the corner pocket. So all in all, it wasn't the best of breaks, if we're completely honest.
Yeah, I actually think he was quite fortunate to still make the 1. He banked it in the top left corner, but yeah, like you said, I completely agree. It wasn't really the best breaks, and we'll have to battle it out first before getting another opportunity. And if this keeps happening like this, then it's also really not going to settle down either of them, because both of them have plenty of experience to where they're just not gonna sell out after 1 or 2 shots. You know, it will probably go for a couple back and forths before they finally get something. Will be interesting to see what he plays actually here. Is he going to try and tie the cue ball on top of the 5? I think that's what he was going for. I can understand why Roman has given it back. Yeah, and he's a little bit disappointed there, because it was not a bad effort, but just the way how he ran into the 5 caused the cue ball to leak out to the left.
You could possibly, although that might look very wild, could play 3 or 4 ball combination, I was about to say, but the 3 is going to be the main character in this rack for sure. Honestly, Tim, I don't know about you, but for me, I'm not even interested at all to pot the 2. I'd much rather smash the 2 in the wall of 4 balls to try to develop the 3, or just like this.
Well, it looks like every shot things are getting worse and worse with that red 3 ball. Look over there. This is horrendous. It might just go or it might not go, but how to get on it?
Yeah, I don't want to play position on this one. I'd much rather shoot the 2 towards the, like I said, towards these 4 balls. You'd be very unlucky not to pot the 3 if you make contact with any of them. Yep, well, try to play position.
Oh, and look at how he's hooked himself on the 3.
Yeah, so this is likely going to be a intentional foul. You know what? If he just pots the cue ball. Sanjin doesn't even have a inviting. Well, yeah, the 3 can be made. So with ball in hand, probably he's not going to do that. But you might see him. Well, yeah, like I said, intentional foul coming up for sure. He's trying to tie up the 4. Don't know if he's really made the 4 more difficult than it was. If anything, he's just opened it up.
Yeah, I think he was trying to cut the 4 a little thinner, sending it over to the 5, but really hasn't. And yeah, this is another move too. Like, you could go and try to make the 3, which does go, but you could just lock it.
Yeah, that was a tactical error, Tim. You know what? He can't now hit the 3 other than making an incredible jump. But even if he makes a jump, I mean, he still needs to make sure that the cue ball doesn't drop off the table, because
there's no future in the jump. I like just probably the thing I like is to make the 3 and try and lock up this. Yeah, and try and lock up the 7-8.
He has to, otherwise he's going to lose this rack on 3 fouls. We mustn't forget he's the one in, you know, he's 1 foul ahead of Sanjin, so Sanjin just has to guard the 3, and then automatically Roman will lose. So he has to pot the 3 here and just basically, like you said, tie up the 7. Delightful shot there by Roman.
Well, also you have to consider he had to move the 9 ball away as well from the long rail, because he could have left. He could have left the 4-9. Now I do like this too. Shoot the 4 off the 7, right?
Yeah. You want to inject a lot of pace though, because you really want the 7 and the 8 moving around. Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah. Look, it's easy to say hindsight, but safe to say Sanjin had the advantage in the tactical exchange there.
Yeah, and now things shaping up for a bigger lead, because this is wide in the open. I still feel like we're tied at 2, because both of them, they get plenty of innings in. But the overall score is looking to be 5-2.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, right? If you're if both of the players aren't really settled, and then you find yourself too far behind, you know, it's a tough mountain to climb. And you know, Sanjin is a very talented player, so you'd expect him at some point to move through the gears, and if he does, then it's going to be hard to stop him, specifically if he's already so comfortably in front. One thing is for sure, he's past the halfway mark. 5 racks to 2.
Well, definitely has to make something happen on this break area. Doesn't want to fall down like 6-2, 7-3. Especially with, I mean, lately Sanjin has been playing a lot of pool. He's also played the Premier League of pool, I believe, like a week or so ago. He played like 20 matches, races to 5 there, so it's not like he hasn't been playing a lot of pool. And he surely must be ready to play more. Like, he must be in that punch queuing wise. So 6-2 lead is definitely going to make him feel more comfortable, and probably going to be playing a little looser. Here, Roman making the ball in the corner. 1 ball hung up, and didn't really get a great view on this one either.
If he's trying to address the 1 directly, this is a risky shot. You know, a lot can go wrong if you take it for granted. Needs to take care and attention with this one. Has it gone far enough is the question. You tend to think so, but yeah, so he's found the cover. Never going to be a difficult hit, this one. It's mainly just to see if he can, one, putt the 1, 2. If he can't, can he leave it safe?
Well, the answer, well, based on his facial expression, I would say no. The answer is no. But look at where the 4-ball has landed.
Yeah, I think it is a doable combination. Looks like he's left the putting angle as well, so Rowan
Yeah,
trying to figure out.
I was going to add to it, you're gonna lose a 2-ball off the 4, don't you think? Like, it's not straight. 2 might run into the 9 partially.
Yeah, actually, you have this feeling that it's gonna go towards the bottom left corner pocket once he makes the combination. But if he comes a bit short, so if it's like above the corner pocket, well, first we need to make the combination.
Yeah, that was kind of mandatory. And, well, I have to say he didn't really get much. I believe after missing the 9, everything has been a little bit scrappy for Roman on the things he's had. I'm not saying he didn't have any opportunities. I'm not saying he's played perfect and just no luck. But also we both know how the game of 9-ball could be at times, you know. Yeah, just the opening after the break alone could make you feel horrible.
Yeah, the pool gods, my friend, the pool gods. Once you make a couple of silly errors, it just feels like it takes you a couple of racks to get some grace. So, you know, he's firmly with his back against the wall, and even more so concerning, he's behind without either of the players finding their game. So that is the most concerning part. He knows that, you know, such as the level of the game as it's been played right now, as of right now, he could have easily had some sort of lead, but unfortunately he squandered chances. I've only just picked up on the fact that Sanjin is not using a Taum chalk, which really surprises me for any professional cueist, but what are you on this subject, Taum chalks?
Well, the thing is, I know you have been inside the snooker game a little bit more, but in the meantime, Predator has also produced a clean chalk. So there is basically other brands with their own chalk now, and well,
what is
knowing
going on?
that. Ooh.
Sorry,
Oh,
Tim, carry on.
He's great on the 9, but wasn't really trying.
You were saying about the Predator chalks.
Yeah, well, I know Sanjin is sponsored by Predator Cues as well, so I am very sure that he's using Predator chalk. It's the Predator Pure Chalk.
Which
So
has the
yeah,
same effect.
it's kind of the same thing. Like, it's a clean chalk. It doesn't leave mess on the table. No messy cue ball. Yeah, basically same advantages, I would say. Just, I mean, now there is a difference. For example, the Predator Pure Chalk is not completely round. So, yeah, I mean, there's a couple brands out there that are starting to do or have the same qualities, but just, yeah, one or two different things on it, just slight changes.
You know what they say, right? A healthy bit of rivalry picks up the level in general for everyone. So it's good. It's good to know that, you know, other brands are forced to bring out a chalk on the market that is, you know, actually good for the game and for all the players in general. No more kicks, no more funny reactions.
Yeah, especially one thing I found very annoying back in the day is whenever I'm queuing on the ball and I see this huge blue spot on there. That's possibly the worst thing. Like, it would actually just distract me by being there. I mean, it's not like I have missed balls because of it, but it would always be a standout, you know? And yeah, just glad to be over. Glad to be done with all the messy stuff at least, and also just table conditions way better. The rails, they don't start to get as bouncy because there's less dirt, so tables stay cleaner, the rails react better, so playability is better as well.
You know, the last thing I would just add on that subject is the only reason I'm such a fan of whatever brand that gives you these results is that it's, for the life of me, I would not understand why you would even risk getting skids, getting kicks, you know what I mean? So that's the only thing. If you can find a product that removes these risks, then it should be a no-brainer, regardless of your level. That's all I would add to, you know, this conversation, because ultimately, whether, you know, of course, if you have a sponsorship, then you're going to be loyal to the brand. But as long as you have something that doesn't influence your, you know, the outcome of a decent technical shot, then you should be in good stead.
And I agree. Let's see. Oh, nice, sweet cross corner bank on the 3-ball. Had no future by cutting the 2. Needs one more big shot here on the 3-ball to actually get on the 4. But if he does, just look at the score. You know, we could be facing 7-2. And beforehand, I was expecting maybe to see 4 each, 5 each, then maybe 7-4, something like that. But 7-2 is huge.
Well, at one point it was 2 each, but that's all.
yeah, that's. I think I was too excited. I mean, no, I don't know exactly, but I'm just surprised with both of their performance. Now Sanjin is slowly starting to pick it up. I think his pace is slightly faster. Just checking the potting angle in general and down, so maybe he's found a little bit of rhythm. Played an excellent shot from 3 to 4.
You're also a very experienced player yourself, of course, Tim. So sometimes it's just like when you're struggling out there, it's not bad to pick up the pace just a tad bit, just to, you know, prevent yourself overthinking the shots. Get out there, you know what you got to do. Just rely on your instincts, and sometimes just that could be the catalyst for you to get back in the rhythm, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's very normal, I feel like, in the beginning of the match to take more time to adapt to what the table is giving you and how the speed reacts on the ball and on the cloth. But at some point, your body and your stroke, you're definitely adapted to the conditions. So you should actually take a little less time, in my opinion, to... Yeah, you at some point you can go. And it saves you energy too whenever you start to strike the ball a little faster. More rhythm, takes less effort, which saves you energy. And possibly one more match today, you can actually scrape through that.
Yeah, a lot of interesting little details that go through the mind of a professional pool player. Roman Hebler, all to do is back firmly against the wall. It's going to be an uphill battle. It would be interesting to see if Roman also picks up the pace, because there's no indication so far from him that he's, is going to make a big fight out of this. Although my colleague Tim has made sure to point out the fact that Roman is true a battler, so we'll just have to see if he can start to climb his way back in this match, and this break off here would be a good starting point.
Yes, and we're starting to get to the last call moment. I mean, it's not last call yet, but soon has to make a change. He's on the 3. 2 real shape on the 4, or is he going to give himself the window between the 7-9?
Yeah, that seems to be the right way to go about it. Because if you go between the, on the left side of the 7, the margin of error is very slim. So if you go between the 7 and the 9, as you said, even if you bump into the 9, you should have shape on the 4. Well, turns out both of us were wrong. Kept it simple. Can't say I disagree, actually, Tim.
Well, it was either the window between the 7-9 or going 2 rails. He really liked this option better, and it didn't really matter if you look at where the 5 ball is. So let's see, a little bit more difficult to get from the 5 to play the 6 in the same corner. So no, he is playing the 6 in the same corner. I probably would have played the 6 in the center.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. I thought that was, a straightforward positional shot, but nonetheless, he's performed the positional shot there pretty well. So seems like without any unforced errors, this should be 7-3. Although the delivery there wasn't as smooth as some of the shots he's played prior. But you can definitely see that Roman has also picked up his pace a tad bit. And you can't blame him, because 7-2 down, I don't really feel like there is too much life in overthinking, taking your time, because you're only going to make it even harder for yourself. This is the exact moment to loosen up your arm and just, have a proper go at it. His first break and run.
Yeah, we barely had any breaker runs, but he finally found something. Broke a run to close the gap just a little bit, 7-3. But he is now at the point where he has to pray for some mistakes from Sanjin, either a dry break, scratch on the break, missed open shot, failed safety, like something like that. But yeah, I mean, to be in the position where you have to pray for something like that to happen is really not something I would recommend to anybody.
Look, I'm not complaining, I'm here in the booth with you, but I have to ask you, why aren't you out there?
Well, you're not the first one to ask me, so that's great. Unfortunately, the Olympic status, the Olympic government in the Netherlands, they chose to withdraw our subsidy. So yeah, for us it doesn't really make much sense to go out and play in the European Championships anymore, because yeah, before we would get a medal, get salary. Now I do know that there is some prize money involved in this year's European Championships, but it's also not really the same like compared to other major events, and there's so many tournaments in the year. So yeah, that's why I thought I would just join you all for the commentary, and I'm having a blast. So yeah.
Well, yeah, that is a very clear explanation, and of course, if there's a lot of passion for the sport, but we mustn't forget, all the traveling and all the travel expenses and the stays, they do add up. So at some point, you also have to look at the schedule and go, well, I'm just gonna pick and choose my events. So, yeah, thanks for your explanation. It does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I also know that there is other countries that still do have that reward actually on the European Championship. So yeah, just the Netherlands unfortunately dropped off that list, but then there's still plenty to play for in this championship. So it will always be something nervy to look at, because some players or some countries, it's a lot of money, and next to winning a European Championships title, the money is nice too. I mean, you gotta agree.
Yeah, of course, because as much as we love to play the game and practice, but you still have everyday life and all the expenses and what have you. So it's not all about money, but for sure you need enough money to continue on this, to continue the dream, if you like, to become world champion, become world number one, and maybe feature in one of the either Mosconi Cup or Reyes Cup. These are all ambitions for any professional pool player, you'd imagine.
Okay, well, I have to say, while addressing that topic, we've seen, I believe it was Sanjin, not breaking the balls too great. Roman at the table, 7-4, and him breaking. We could be in for a possible comeback here, and he's not looking too happy, even though he's up 7-3. Just wondering, what is there on the 7? Does it still slide past the 8, like pocket speed? I think that's what he's played for. Could miss the ball here.
Yeah, like you said, you just want to drop this one in, give the pocket every chance to accept the 7. Well, he's not. He's played it a lot firmer, actually. Perfect position on the 8. 7-4.
Well, the difference there is also the fact that he put a smooth stroke on there, so really transfers not that much spin into the ball, and that spin actually causes to sometimes hang up when you're trying to cheat the pocket like he just did. So 7-4, Roman Hebler now 2 games in to make a comeback, and he'll be breaking, so I wouldn't go anywhere yet. We might be in for the long run. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier on, we have had both timeouts yet, so we will have to play all the way to the end now, no more breaks. And let's have a little look at the results there. This is the last 16. Quite some tight matches going on still. Couple matches through to the quarterfinals. Wojciech Cevcik beating Michael Schneider 9-1. Daniel Maciol beating Ivo Arts 9-5. Kasper Matikainen beating Mieszko Fortunski 9-5. And Konrad Justitian beat João Grillo 9-7. Let's go back to this match. Roman Hebrew to break, looking to close the gap to 7-5. What can he do on the break? Yeah, gotta say, still decent spread and all. I feel like both of them, they are cutting the break maybe slightly more than I like to, but it is what it is. Now, as you can see, the 5 is blocking the 1. The 2 balls hanging over the side, so he would love to think, is there a possible straight back on the 1 ball? could go off the 7. I mean, it is aggressive, but it is on.
Yeah, and also, if you get close, there's at least 2 or 3 balls that could possibly cover the cue ball.
Oh, it's in.
Great
Wow,
call there,
what
Tim.
a
Great
shot.
call.
Excellent straight back on the 1 ball right after the break. Gives him now an open opportunity to close the gap even more. Roman Hiebler is starting to feel the table.
He's got a nice cushion actually here from going around the back of the 6. If he can just navigate the angle he gets on the bottom rail, he should be able to go around the back of the 6. Oh, he's trying to check his cue ball. Not sure about that one, Tim. I thought that was a bit of an error. Just, you know, the path he chose. I thought he could have gone around the back of the 6 on the left side as we look at it. It would have been guaranteed to have at least a shot at the 4. This is still unlucky, but, you know, for me...
Is he on?
You mean cut it in the middle? Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
He's been fortunate if that is the case.
It's a thin one, but what else? It's either that, or you have to jump, land right into the 4. Tough jump, but it's either that. I'm not trying to kick this ball. I'm either swinging at this cut and let the cue ball fly 26 rails, or jumping.
Well, that's at least
not
3.
26, but he's hit a couple.
That's
oh,
the
and
4.
look at this.
Even here, you know, he's a bit fortunate with the angle he's left himself on the 5. Sometimes you land pretty straight and then the scratch is looming large. The only way he can scratch now if he completely misses the pot on the thick side. Other than that, he should have automatic position on the 6. Little head shake there from Sanjin.
I have to say, I wouldn't be shaking my head on my opponent's break, because you really do not have too much to shake your head about. He didn't get to the table, so he didn't really do much wrong, right? But
yeah, I get your point of view.
He should start to figure out. He should start to figure out his break.
I get your point of view, Tim. You're right there, because the moment you, just in general, it's easier said than done. Look, we are all human and we are all very, you know, invested in the game. But, you know, when your opponent is at the table, there's literally nothing you can do to influence the outcome. So you might as well just sit there blank with no emotion and just accept whatever comes your way, because otherwise, you know, what's the point? Getting wound up about something you have zero control over. It's like you said, I don't think really it's going to serve you.
Well, Roman Hiebler won't be shaking his head. That's straight.
2-7 down.
Wow. What a wreck also to run out, because after that bank shot, everything has been very tough. 7-5. Palivanovic breaking. This will be a nervy break, because one more mistake on his break and the initiative could be leaning towards Hiebler. Let's see, looking to send the cue ball, what is it? To like second diamond, 2.5. Make the 1, make the wing ball, cue ball parked in the center of the table. Has made that wing ball, made the 1 in the other side. Oh, he's found something of a break. Can you believe the 7 ball spoiling the party?
Yeah, that is deeply unfortunate, and you can tell by his body language what he makes of it. Yeah, that is a tough combination.
Well, I mean, there's always a combination. I was going to say I'm not even sure if it's on, but I'm not even interested. Well, he's going for it, but the cue ball is also tracking with quite some speed. And where is the 3 ball going to be? He did go for it. Look at the cue ball. Yep, and he scratched. Oh boy, he is wasting a 7-2 lead a bit here.
Yeah, that's far from a 7-2. It's looking like ever so convincingly it's gonna be 6-7, and also, you know, just the momentum has completely changed. You can see Roman is looking increasingly more convincing on his, in his cue ball control, his putting. And Sanjin is getting these slight errors in. He was a bit unfortunate off the break, but that's part and parcel of 9-ball, right? You're never guaranteed of a perfect layout, so you just have to go with the flow. This is a very good opportunity for Roman to close the gap from being 5 racks behind only to be 1 behind from what might have looked as a nearly an impossible task. Now all of a sudden it looks more than doable that he comes out of the winner of this match, having trailed 2-7.
Well, did leave himself a little bit on top of the 8. As you can see, queuing right above it. And won't be able to just tap the 6-ball in. I think he needs to put a little bit more of a stroke. Oh, still held it. Cheat the pocket there, soft. Wow.
These are not 4-inch pockets, are they?
No, I do believe they are 418, but then still, in the past you would see the cloth would go old quite fast with so much play on it. Recently, technology again, they have been improving. The cloth stays more stable, but that also means that the pockets will play a little bit easier, even though we're at day 10.
Yeah.
Now, I do not know what kind of weather they have actually in Tallinn, but if then now they also have like a steady, not so humid weather, the pockets will still play decently enough. So 7-6, and Sanjin's body language completely has changed.
Yeah, we've all been in his position as well, Tim. It's you just gotta get through it. You gotta battle the emotions, the demons that pop up in your head. He knows more than anyone that he should have been back in his dressing room by now, but he's still out there, and it's everything to play for. 6-7 is anyone's game. Roman still needs to add on the score software in the arena. He's forgot that for some reason.
Well, it's either that or we do have maybe a slight connection breach, but we won't forget. The score is 7-6, and the man from Czech Republic breaking them off in the 14th rack. Oh, he's found the break. And the shape, look at this. Now, looking at the table, still some traveling to get from the 2 to the 3 ball, not the toughest. If he leaves the cue ball near the short rail, could slide over 1 rail for the 3. And then probably the 4 in the bottom left. And then the game is wide open to get this match to 7 each. That would be fantastic for us to watch. I mean, the nerves are starting to climb. The energy is definitely in there.
Are you implying that you love to see them struggle out there?
Well, I like to see a battle. I don't like to see give up. I don't like to see you know, like even though they're struggling, they are giving everything they have in there. And then if it obviously goes all the way to the end, that means it's still exciting to watch. I think overall still, even though they have struggled, especially in the beginning, I think we've seen,
Wow.
oh, look at this kind of things
Man.
happen. And I mean, it hasn't been too bad to watch. He might be still on the floor. Can you believe that?
Man, that was a very clumsy positional shot, has to be said. And now all of a sudden he's got some traveling to do. I suppose, in a weird way, because he had to putt the 4 with a bit more pace, actually it made the putting of the 4 a bit easier. It also meant that he had to cue the ball positive rather than try to pinch it in.
To play that ball soft, that's too awkward.
Can he play another 2 solid positional shots? He should be back in the ascendancy. Yes, he can. I've never forgot this phrase from Alex Lady, and I completely agree. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. He's always said, when I'm playing position, as long as I can get close enough on the object ball, I don't really care. Even if it's straight, I can still force some sort of an angle.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to stay close to your work, obviously, but in some occasions you cannot. And then I really like to play the correct angle or a big angle to make sure I still can do whatever I need to do with the cue ball. So it depends a little bit maybe on the layout, but it's a good saying. And this match is about to get to 7 each.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not the best match quality-wise from both players, but in my opinion, I'm enjoying a lot here. I mean, they've been coming up with quite some interesting shots. We've had a lot of defense, tactical battles. We've had that one rack with the 3 ball blocked in the corner. We've seen a great bank from Hebler after the break. We've seen a comeback from him. We've seen a bank on the 6 and a fluke on the 7 ball by Sanjin earlier. Like, this match has been quite all over the place, and I think it's quite fair that we are at 7 each.
The only other table at the moment in the men's 9-ball competition are Max Lechner versus Fabio Rizzi. Max 8-5 up in that one, looking to qualify for the quarterfinals. Again, you can see it didn't really hit the 1 full, so not only has he lost tight control of the cue ball, also the 1 is drifted down. Yeah, well, it's clear to see that, you know, body language wise he's really struggling, but I don't think you can really, you know, it's obviously obvious for your opponent, but you don't want to really give too much away that you're struggling. It's only going to feed Roman's confidence.
Well, on the other side, I mean, okay, he's pushed very aggressive here. Roman makes 1 jump and a chance to get on the hill. I was going to add, he didn't break the balls ideal, like you just said. He should actually make the 1 in the side and the wing ball. Made 2 balls that were none of them, and then did not get shape on the 1, and he's disappointed. I mean, if he had made the 1 on the break, he probably had the shape on the 2, if you think about it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think he can complain. I think he should be happy to have this jump. And if he makes this, he can still get himself over the finish line, or at least near the finish line, and who knows what happens.
Yeah, look, we're all humans. We've all been there, and basically what we're trying. Wow, what a shot!
Wow.
What we're trying to say is, if you give too much emotion away, it actually can feed Roman, because we mustn't forget Roman is the one who's climbed all the way back from 2-7 down. So anything you give him right now is only gonna inspire him even more. So just, you know, buckle down and play these good shots like he did that right there with the jump. That's all you can do. You know, that was a delicate screw shot. I think he's done a pretty decent job there. Don't know if he can hold it comfortable enough. Might have to go up and down the top rail with a bit of right spin.
Well, could also go left spin, yeah, around the 7, or well, just past the 7. I think he's done not horrible, just maybe not enough to... Yeah, he's going to draw in between the 8 and the right center. Get to the 7. The only thing now, though, is because we've seen quite the struggle from both.
Yeah, I was about to say, you said draw. I thought top it, go around the back of the 8. Natural angle. Didn't want to run into the 8, though. Didn't want to run into the 8. Look, there was no reason. That was
one of the risks.
Yeah, is he on the 7? It's impossible to say from here.
No, but if you look at his facial expression, I cannot imagine him being able to shoot the 7. Is he going aggressive here? Kick the 7 over. The 7 needs to get to the short rail. The cue ball just barely stayed on the table. And a chance for Roman.
Look, that was a great chance, and he's let slip of what could prove to be a crucial moment in this match. There was no reason for him to even touch the 8. I understand what you're saying. It was always going towards the 8, but I thought he had a lovely cushion there. I'd be utterly disappointed with the outcome of that rack. Still not over just yet. Oh wow.
Oh, he's missed the 7. He has missed the 7. Can you believe what's going on? Like he didn't even play spin on the ball. Like he wasn't even trying to get straight on the 8. He just center ball missed that 7 ball.
Or did he?
Oh,
maybe he. Yeah.
I was wondering, maybe he had a bad contact, because the referee instantly went over to clean the cue ball. Obviously, I'm not too sure what chalk Roman is using. That could be it, possibly. I'm just assuming. Don't pin me on it.
Yeah, at this point, we're trying to figure some sort of logical solution why he missed it by such a big margin. That was a great opportunity, and Sanjin must feel relieved. He'll be the first to... He'll get on the hill, and look, of the two players, oddly enough, he's the more relaxed right now, because he just got a free pass to get on the hill. He should have been 8-7 behind after a sloppy positional error, must be said. Meanwhile, Max Lechner also through to the next round. So really, this is the only match of the last 16 just in action. Who will place himself in the quarterfinals? Roman Hibler 7, Sanjin Pelanovic 8.
Yeah, last break for Roman Hibler. If he manages to break him as well as the last break he's done, we could be looking at a hill match. Then it will be Sanjin breaking for the dough. But first, this break important. Needs to make the 1 in the side. The 3 towards the corner has done exactly that. Does he get on the 2? He's made the 4. What a break. 3 balls in, shape on the 2 ball. What do you see here on the 5?
I would try to cross the side, you know, so the 2 is on the other side. As long as you can cross the other side of the table, a little bit center table, that should be enough. And you can maneuver the cue ball just like this. Yeah, stopped in time. This is a great chance for Roman to force a decider. Really, his position from the 5 to 6 is the key part of the rack so far. Don't think anything else after that is going to be too difficult.
Well, he's played a shape like this before. Is he playing with top left spin to go around? He does play these kind of shots quite often. He's doing a good job doing so. It's definitely a shot that it's easily missed, or combined with the speed control could go wrong. So, plain draw towards the 7. Now it's just 3 balls away from a hill-hill match. Sanjin basically 1 foot in the quarterfinal. Will have to definitely earn it by breaking the balls in the next rack, unless something very unexpected happens here. But he's got prime shape.
$16 rack played. 1 rack to decide who's gonna book his place in the quarterfinal. It looks highly unlikely for Roman to even force a decider. Mustn't forget, if you've just joined us, Tim and I, we were doing commentary from the get-go, and at some point the guys were level 2-all, and then Sanjin pulled away 7-2 in front, and now he's trying to break and finally get over the line, which has been a match filled with drama and a lot of ups and downs. And here we go, final break of the match.
Yeah, just gotta say, Sanjin would like to break the balls just slightly thicker than he has been doing. If he does so, I think he is going to make a couple balls and he might finish the match in style. But under the gun, I mean, pressure must be there. 1 game to get to the quarterfinals. Rack number 17.
Yeah, you've just pointed that out. Again, the cue ball has gone between the first and the second diamond, which indicates he's not hit the 1 full enough. So first things first, can Roman see a putting angle for the 1 in the top right corner pocket? If so, it looks like he can. He needs a couple of good positional shots. He could be in for a great chance to finish off this match.
Yeah, there is no way on earth he's giving this back after an illegal break. I think it was illegal break. But 1 big shot at least on this 1 ball, probably to the top left.
No,
low
from
right
this
spin.
angle, it doesn't putt top right, so it has to be in the left corner pocket, just like so.
Oh,
that was a tough shot, and you know what? he can't complain about the outcome.
Okay, I will probably get back to the table snookered, probably in a pretty bad position, I would say. Behind the 3-9, how is the speed?
No.
You might have left an edge. Well,
yeah, he's looked up to the sky, but honestly, my friend, that is nothing to do with the pool gods. There are more than plenty of balls available to snooker your opponent, and yeah, I understand the emotions. It's the game does a lot with you mentally, but look, it's not all bad news. The one is almost frozen on the rail, not frozen yet, but whenever the object ball is so close to the rail, it always becomes tough to play a good safety shot. So it's not all bad news just yet. Play the double kiss.
This is possibly one of the most insane shots I've seen today. He tried to play the double kiss off the one at 8-8, and he's got the hook. Can you believe he's just played that shot? Wow.
Well, you can see Sanjin tried to. This is a mirroring aiming system he's used there. He's trying to pot the one there. Make no mistake. Ooh. What's the damage? Look, it's ball in hand, and one. You think couple of good positional shots. The first one coming up one to the 2, and then obviously a nice leave yourself a nice angle on the 3, and then Roman should be off to kill off this match. And who would have thought that when he was 2-7 behind?
Well, I'm just very proud I called that this match was going to be a battle. And I think we definitely have had a battle, because what a grind this has been. Now, might be able to run into the 9, guaranteed to have something on the 3, and you might make the 9 as well. But he likes to let that cue ball, like, this is such a crossing position to get from 2 to the 3. I'd rather have played the bump on the 9 and have the 3 in the top right or in the center. Such a speed control needed on that kind of shot, and did he leave himself well enough to get to the 4?
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah, I was trying to see the, yeah, see it this way. I have no idea what he's trying to play there.
I think he was trying to check the cue ball. I mean, I know he's from Czech Republic, but I didn't really like that shot by any means.
He's making jokes on 8-8.
But I have to say, he looks like he's cutting this, and I just think this is super tough. And look at this for a shot. Look at that cue ball. What a shot on the 4 he's just pulled off.
You made that look a lot easier than it actually was, considering the stakes at play. But man, it's been a journey, hasn't it?
Yeah, prime shape on the 5. He's now straight in on the 6, 3 balls away from the quarterfinal. And I mean, either way, the loser of this match was most likely to be sick to their stomach. I mean, the things we've seen happen, both sides, have just been incredible. I mean, if you gotta be fair.
Yeah, for sure. Look, one thing I would say, and I don't think we'll see an error anymore, but what I've noticed is the pause on his backswing is completely left the match. So you can tell that there's a lot of tension in his arms. On this one, actually, it looked pretty decent, but the previous couple of shots, there was not a lot of pause on his backswing, but he will not miss this one. This is literally where you would put the cue ball when with ball in hand.
Yeah, so it is Roman Hibler, the Czech, going through to the quarterfinals, beating Sanchin Pelivanovic 9-8. What a crazy match we've seen here. This was Arya Surabi and myself, Tim de Ruyter. Thank you, Arya, for being here with me. Thanks everybody for watching, and hopefully we'll see you very soon. I believe our next match is in like an hour, a little bit more than an hour, so just make sure to stay tuned at the Pro Billiard TV channel, because we will have our quarterfinals up very shortly. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.